You teach me, I remember. You involve me, I learn. And the idea, ladies and gentlemen, is to involve you, that we stay inclusive. Like I said, we are in this together. Welcome to the second plenary of the day, where we will engage and collaborate closely. The TCCs, as you know, ensure more resilient, efficient, and better equipped peacekeeping missions. That is the intent as we join hand in hand to tackle the modern security challenges, paving the way for a more secure and a prosperous future. Well, on that note, the sequence of address by the chiefs and representatives is depicted on the screens right out there for the plenary too. On the screens, you may please have a look. And with that, we are all set to be very warmly inviting now on stage the leaders. Lieutenant General Lasanta Rodrigo, RSP, CTF, NTU, PSC, IG, Commander Sri Lankan Army is hereby requested to please join us on the stage and deliver the address. So here's extending a very, very warm welcome to you, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for also ushering in those round of applauses as we welcome the leader. Over to you, sir.
Permanent Representative, India to UN, Mr. Harish, my good friend, Chief of the Army Staff of Indian Army, General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM and AVSM, distinguished Chiefs of Armies, Excellencies, distinguished guests, senior military officers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and Ayubowan. When I say Ayubowan, it is from my native country, is may you live long. The meaning of it is may you live long. It is a distinct honor and privilege for me to participate in the inaugural Army Chiefs Conclave of UN troop contributing countries, graciously hosted by the Indian Army here in New Delhi. On behalf of the delegation of Sri Lanka, and on behalf of all ranks of Sri Lankan Army, I extend my profound gratitude to the Indian Army and its esteemed Chief of Army Staff for the warm hospitality extended to us and for convening this multinational conclave. The gathering is not merely a meeting. It is a testament to our shared commitment to the noble cause of global peace. The initiative to bring together the troop contributing countries under one roof is both timely and forward-looking, and it reflects India's commitment in peacekeeping and international security. Deliberations, dialogues, and cordial meetings bridge the lapses in operational procedures while creating avenues for standardization of the process through accumulation of intellectual inquiry. It promotes a sense of inclusion for all towards positive outcomes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Sri Lanka Army deeply values its close and enduring relationship with the Indian Army. Over the years, our cooperation has been nurtured through a sustained program of bilateral engagements such as Exercise Mitra Shakti, Army-to-Army staff talks, and numerous military exchanges. These engagements have strengthened interoperability, built professional relationships, and deepened mutual trust. The theme of this conclave, capacity building and resource mobilization for sustainable peacekeeping operations, is especially relevant at this juncture. Peacekeeping, as well as we all know, is not only about deploying forces. It is about building trust, confidence, and partnerships that transcend borders. Together, we have engaged in training exchanges, capacity building, and joint exercises that have enhanced interoperability and prepared us better for multinational peace support operations. These professional ties also serves a larger purpose, contributing to regional security and reinforcing our shared responsibility towards global peace. Sri Lanka is proud of its long-lasting contribution to United Nations peacekeeping operations from 1957. Our soldiers have served with courage, professionalism, and compassion, embodying the very values that sustain global peace. We remain steadfast in this mission, guided by the belief that peace anywhere strengthens security everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to record my appreciation for arranging this conclave. This forum brings together the voices of troop contributing countries to forge a stronger, more integrated framework for UN peacekeeping. Let me reaffirm Sri Lanka Army's steadfast commitment to global peace with all nations together through shared expertise, trust, and collective resolve. We can make peacekeeping more sustainable, more inclusive, and more effective in addressing the challenges of tomorrow. Together, let us continue to strengthen our capacities, build synergies, and uphold the noble mission of peacekeeping for a safer and more stable world. Thank you.
Lieutenant General Rodrigo, thank you so much. We appreciate your representation. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, join me in now welcoming on the dais Major General Fadil Omari Nondo, the Land Force Commander, Tanzania. Rendering a very, very warm welcome to you as well, sir.
The Chief of the Army Staff, General Pendra Dwivedi, distinguished generals, distinguished army chiefs, esteemed members of the Indian Army, it is with profound gratitude that I stand before you today. First and foremost, I thank the Almighty God for granting us good health to convene here in New Delhi, India, for this historic and first ever Army Chiefs Conclave of United Nations troops contributing countries. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to advance global peace and security. On behalf of the Tanzanian People's Defense Forces, I extend our deepest appreciation to our hosts, the Government of India and the Indian Army, for their generous hospitality and the warm welcome extended to all delegates. Your commitment in fostering international military cooperation is commendable, and we are honored to be part of this important dialogue. As we turn our attention to the theme of this conclave, the way ahead for United Nations peacekeeping operations, we must acknowledge the evolving nature of global security threats. United Nations peacekeeping remains one of the most effective multilateral tools for preventing and mitigating armed conflict, sustaining peace, and responding to complex challenges that transcend national borders. Today's peacekeeping missions face a broader spectrum of threats, including the weaponization of emerging technologies, transnational organized crimes, climate-related crises, and public health emergencies. These challenges are increasingly interconnected and they demand innovative, adaptive, and collaborative responses. To achieve this vision, we must invest in key capabilities that strengthen both current and future peacekeeping operations. These include intelligence, mobility, logistics, cyber resilience, and strategic communications. Such investments will ensure that peacekeeping missions remain agile, responsive, capable of fulfilling their mandates in increasingly complex environments. Moreover, peacekeeping must be closely aligned with the United Nations' broader agenda for conflict prevention and sustainable development. The link between peacekeeping and peace building is vital. We need to address root causes of conflicts, promoting inclusive governance, and supporting long-term stability. Partnerships are central to the success of these operations. United Nations missions increasingly operate alongside regional and sub-regional organizations, alliances, and coalitions. When coordinated effectively, these parallel operations offer complementary strengths, including rapid deployment, regional legitimacy, and enhanced peace enforcement capabilities. Each parallel operation presents unique challenges and opportunities. It is essential to develop frameworks for coordinations, interoperability, and strategic alignments. These include clarifying mandates, harmonizing objectives, and fostering mutual trust among partners. In conclusion, as we reflect on the legacy of United Nations peacekeeping and its contribution to global peace and security, we must also look forward with clarity and purpose. The Conclave brings together military leaders, scholars, and UN officials to assess the future of peacekeeping and to identify pathways for improvement. Through open dialogue, shared commitments, and collective actions, we can enhance the effectiveness of peacekeeping missions by ensuring that they are equipped to maintain peace, protect civilians, promote human rights, and facilitate reconciliation in the world's most fragile regions. Let this conclave be a catalyst for renewed cooperation, strategic innovation, and unwavering dedication to noble cause of peace. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Major General Nondo, thank you very much for your optimism and your empowering address indeed. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we do await the presence of the Commander Land Forces Uganda. But for now, we would like to invite on stage General Mario R. Stevenazzi, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Uruguay.
Autoridades de la India y autoridades de Naciones Unidas, quisiera agradecer en primer lugar al señor Jefe de Estado Mayor del Ejército de la India, General Upendra Dwivedi, por la invitación a este importante evento y en su nombre referirme a todos ustedes, a todos los invitados. Para el Ejército de Uruguay es un honor estar hoy acá. Uruguay ha demostrado poseer un altísimo respeto y compromiso por las misiones operativas de paz impulsadas por las Naciones Unidas. Visto esto como una herramienta necesaria y fundamental para garantizar procesos muy dolorosos para regiones y principalmente para personas. Es así que desde 1933 nuestro país se ha trazado una línea a favor de la paz del mundo, con el despliegue de observadores militares, y a partir del año 1952 hemos mantenido una presencia constante y significativa
en más de 30 misiones de paz. El día de hoy nos encuentra con un batallón en la República Democrática del Congo, una compañía reforzada en Alto del Golán y observadores militares y de Estado Mayor en 8 países. A esto se suma un agrupamiento especial de transporte e ingenieros en la península del Sinaí en el marco del Tratado de Camp Davis. Es muy claro que cuando hay despliegue de medios militares en una misión operativa de paz es porque existe una amenaza real al trabajo de las diferentes agencias de las Naciones Unidas. Y se le quiere dar determinada robustez a toda la operación, porque la solución del problema siempre es el resultado de un esfuerzo conjunto. También sabemos que cuando la situación se escapa de control, los cascos azules dan garantías a todas las agencias para su evacuación segura y deberán permanecer cumpliendo su misión aun cuando el contexto indique que el riesgo es muy alto. El mandato recibido de las Naciones Unidas es la línea de trabajo para todos los medios desplegados, pero para los medios militares este mandato constituye la misión principal y el cumplimiento del mismo es la razón de la participación en esa misión. Como todos sabemos, este mandato es variado. Sin embargo, muchas veces existe una franja muy débil cuando hombres, mujeres, niños y niñas se ven amenazados, cualquiera sea ese mandato. La necesidad de análisis profundo de cada situación, así como la interacción real con todos los medios desplegados, son fundamentales para el éxito de la misión. Pero el cumplimiento de los procesos previos al despliegue son la garantía de un buen desempeño. Y sin duda, un comando con experiencia y bien constituido en todos los niveles permite enfrentar las diferentes amenazas con mayor solidez. El estar representados en los más altos órganos de decisión es extremadamente importante para los países contribuyentes de tropas, especialmente para brindar un correcto asesoramiento cuando aparecen momentos críticos. Nosotros, los militares, tenemos muy claro que la toma de decisiones sin una correcta evaluación puede no ser oportuna y tampoco eficaz. Cumplir con los principios de neutralidad e imparcialidad cuando corresponda garantiza respeto de todos, pero debemos tener claro que aún en los momentos más críticos, los cascos azules son los únicos observadores para garantizar el respeto a la vida y reducir sufrimiento. Esto es un principio irrenunciable de los derechos humanos. Cuando esa neutralidad se pierde o cuando es necesario intervenir militarmente, es fundamental que todos los medios presentes asuman ese compromiso. Y para esto, un correcto liderazgo, la unidad de mando y la confianza son imprescindibles. Pero sin un plan confiable, desarrollado en conjunto y bien entrenado, el éxito no va a ser posible. Otro tema que emerge desde la experiencia es la necesidad de robustecer nuestras unidades al servicio de la paz. Profundizar los vínculos militares entre los medios desplegados y la búsqueda de la complementariedad y capacidades entre los países contribuyentes. La importancia de la condena internacional, así como la activación de mecanismos de apoyo ante ataques directos contra cascos azules son fundamentales para aumentar la credibilidad de la propia organización. Por su parte, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas debe ser muy cautelosa en los procesos de selección de recursos humanos responsables de la conducción de las actividades fundamentales para el éxito de las diferentes misiones. Para comandar no alcanza con saber mandar. La experiencia debería ser un factor fundamental en este proceso de selección. Aún, esto sin duda mejorará la performance de los cascos azules y de la propia organización. Uruguay ha asumido con convicción el concepto de mujer, paz y seguridad, fomentando la participación de mujeres en todos los niveles, siendo pionero en la aplicación del proyecto ELSI, que nos ha permitido, entre otras cosas, identificar barreras casi imperceptibles para esto. Felicito nuevamente al Ejército de India por esta iniciativa, que no solo permite impulsar líneas de colaboración, expresarnos y realizar coordinaciones, sino fundamentalmente conocernos, ya que las relaciones interpersonales muchas veces permiten aumentar la confianza mutua y mejorar nuestro trabajo en las diferentes áreas de operaciones. Muchas gracias a todos y cuenten con el Ejército de Uruguay para trabajar en todo aquello que sea necesario.
General Steve Nazi, thank you very, very much for the address. With that, we do have the Commander, Land Forces, Uganda, here with us. May we please welcome Lieutenant General Kayanja Muhanga on the stage with a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here.
Your Excellencies, esteemed Chiefs of Armies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all and convey to you warm greetings on behalf of Uganda People's Defense Forces and the people of Uganda. It is with profound honor and privilege to stand before you today on this significant occasion to mark the first anniversary of the Army Chiefs Conclave on the United Nations troop contributing countries here in New Delhi, India. This kind of symposium is crucial to enable us share our common purpose, strengthen our collective commitment to peace, and strengthen our defense cooperation. It is equally important that we recognize the courage and sacrifice of the thousands of men and women who have contributed to global peacekeeping efforts under United Nations flag. Foremost, let us begin by offering our deepest respect and gratitude to the peacekeepers, both past and present, who serve in some of the most challenging conflict zones across the world. Many have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty. Let this harsh reality remind us that peace is not free, but it is paid for through thorough commitment, courage, and compassion. As Uganda People's Defense Forces, we are extremely honored to stand in solidarity alongside our brothers and sisters in arms from across the globe, including Africa, Asia, Latin America, West, East, etc., for shared challenges and purpose. This conclave is not merely ceremonial, it represents a platform for mutual discourse, strategies, shared challenges, and objectives. This important dialogue has steadily grown into a strong alliance fostering defense cooperation, training, sustainability, and enhanced welfare for troops deployed in foreign missions. This is not a mean achievement, but a remarkable feat that will unite and strengthen our resolve. Today, we continue to encounter complex threats to peace and security in different forms. Our peacekeepers are confronted with asymmetric warfare, terrorism, cybercrime, hybrid threats, propaganda, and a highly vulnerable civilian population susceptible to terrorist attacks. This really demands us not just to adjust our strategies and priorities, but to continue leading with humility, transparency, and unity of effort. Our experiences as troop contributing countries should give us new lessons and approach to challenges of the 21st century. Nonetheless, we commit ourselves to confronting these contemporary security challenges regardless of the risks and the geopolitics involved. We should maintain a common and unwavering resolve in implementing and enforcing our peacekeeping mandates as required by the United Nations and other lawful protocols. Let this conclave become a strategic forum where we prioritize the well-being of our troops and the effectiveness of our missions at the center of our deliberations. Let us concur that peace is not only maintained by show of strength, but also through the trust between the TCCs, host nation, and the populations. As military leaders, it is our duty to ensure that this trust is maintained and never broken. In conclusion, I thank again all the delegations present here today. Your presence reaffirms the deep bonds and commitment we share. To the Government of India and the Indian Armed Forces, thank you for the exemplary leadership in hosting and coordinating this vital initiative. Let us renew our efforts not only at peacekeeping, but also peace building. May our shared aspirations and objectives continue to inspire generations and future leaders to come. I thank all of you for your attention. I'm called Lieutenant General Kayanja Muhanga, the Commander, Land Force, the Uganda People's Defense Forces. Thank you for listening.
Lieutenant General Muhanga, thank you very much for your very emboldening presence and address. We would now like to invite the Senior Lieutenant General Nguen Vanya, the Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Vietnam People's Army, to please take the dais. Sir, please.
Thưa Ngài Chủ tọa, thưa các vị lãnh đạo Liên Hợp Quốc, thưa các vị tham mưu trưởng lục quân các quốc gia, thưa quý vị, tôi chân thành cảm ơn Bộ Quốc phòng Ấn Độ đã tổ chức hội nghị hết sức quan trọng và dành sự đón tiếp trọng thị cho đoàn Việt Nam của chúng tôi. Tôi đã hết sức lắng nghe ý kiến phát biểu của các ngài đồng nghiệp. Và thưa quý vị, tham gia hội nghị gìn giữ hòa bình là chủ trương chính sách rất lớn, chính sách đối ngoại của Việt Nam, là thành viên tích cực, có trách nhiệm của cộng đồng quốc tế. Việt Nam đã từng trải qua nhiều cuộc chiến tranh để giành độc lập dân tộc, thống nhất đất nước. Việt Nam thấu hiểu giá trị của hòa bình và luôn quan tâm thực hiện hóa, đóng góp vào hòa bình, ổn định, phát triển của khu vực và trên thế giới. Bằng cam kết ngày càng sâu rộng và gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc, góp phần tạo nền tảng phát triển vững chắc cho các quốc gia chịu ảnh hưởng bởi chiến tranh và xung đột. Kể từ khi chính thức tham gia lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc từ năm 2014 đến nay, Bộ Quốc phòng Việt Nam đã triển khai 1.319 lượt quân nhân tại các phái bộ gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc và trụ sở của Liên Hợp Quốc. Trong đó đã triển khai 7 bệnh viện dã chiến cấp 2, triển khai thay đổi đầu tiên từ năm 2018 tại Bentiu, Nam Sudan. 4 đội công binh gìn giữ hòa bình triển khai từ năm 2022 tại ADGPI-INDIAN, châu Phi, và 142 sĩ quan theo hình thức cá nhân tại Nam Sudan, Cộng hòa Trung Phi, khu vực ABA và trụ sở Liên Hợp Quốc. Trải qua hơn 80 năm xây dựng, chiến đấu, phát triển, quân đội Nam luôn là lực lượng của dân, do dân và vì dân. Với truyền thống quý báu đó, cán bộ chiến sĩ mũ nổi xanh của Việt Nam luôn coi trọng nhân dân nước sở tại như chính nhân dân của mình. Vì vậy, bên cạnh thực hiện các nhiệm vụ của Liên Hợp Quốc giao như lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc, mà còn tổ chức nhiều hoạt động có ý nghĩa giúp đỡ chính quyền sở tại và nhân dân địa phương, như sửa chữa nâng cấp đường xá, giúp xây dựng trường học, cải tạo lớp học, tổ chức dạy học cho các em nhỏ, khoan giếng nước tặng nhân dân địa phương, tổ chức khám chữa bệnh và cấp thuốc miễn phí cho nhân dân, hướng dẫn người dân làm nông nghiệp để cải thiện đời sống. Chính hành động mang tính nhân văn, cao đẹp và ý nghĩa đối với cộng đồng đã giúp cho lực lượng mũ mùi xanh của Liên Hợp Quốc và phái bộ gắn với người dân địa phương. Với bản lĩnh và tác phong mẫu mực, với tinh thần trách nhiệm cao, lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình của Quân đội Nhân dân Việt Nam luôn hoàn thành xuất sắc nhiệm vụ. Một điểm nổi bật đó là Việt Nam ưu tiên nâng cao tỷ lệ nữ tham gia gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc, như thực hiện nghị quyết 1325 của Liên Hợp Quốc về phụ nữ, an ninh, hòa bình thông qua việc khuyến khích, tạo điều kiện, có những chế độ chính sách ưu đãi cho các nữ quân nhân. Tỷ lệ nữ quân nhân của Việt Nam tham gia gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc chiếm gần 16%. Chúng tôi đánh giá cao và mạnh mẽ đề xuất của Bộ trưởng Bộ Quốc phòng Ấn Độ tại cuộc gặp không chính thức Bộ trưởng Quốc phòng Ấn Độ và các nước ASEAN năm 2022 về tăng cường hợp tác ASEAN, thúc đẩy chương trình nghị sự phụ nữ vì an ninh, hòa bình. Nhân dịp này, tôi gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành đến Liên Hợp Quốc, các tổ chức quốc tế và các quốc gia đối tác, bạn bè quốc tế đã tích cực hỗ trợ, giúp đỡ và tạo điều kiện cho lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình của Việt Nam ngày càng trưởng thành và khẳng định uy tín trên phái bộ. Chúng tôi xin cảm ơn Australia đã hỗ trợ huấn luyện, đào tạo ngoại ngữ, có trang thiết bị, máy bay chuyên chở quân nhân, trang thiết bị bệnh viện dã chiến cấp 2. Cảm ơn Ấn Độ đã hỗ trợ và huấn luyện nâng cao năng lực thông qua trao đổi chuyên môn, mời các cán bộ tham gia tập huấn và hội nghị hội thảo. Riêng Ấn Độ có tổ chức diễn tập song phương thường niên với Việt Nam tại mỗi nước VinFast. Ngoài cử lực tham gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc, Việt Nam còn đưa lực lượng tham gia cứu hộ động đất ở Thổ Nhĩ Kỳ năm 2023 và ở tại Myanmar vào tháng 3 năm 2025. Kính thưa quý vị, tình an ninh quốc tế ngày càng diễn biến phức tạp, khó định đoán. Các mối đe dọa an ninh phi truyền thống, biến đổi khí hậu, xung đột cục bộ, xung đột sắc tộc, tôn giáo dẫn đến hoạt động gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc. Quân đội Nhân dân Việt Nam chúng tôi do nhân dân và vì nhân dân, thấu hiểu khi nhân dân được ấm no hạnh phúc, thịnh vượng thì hòa bình mới bền vững. Do đó chúng tôi kiến nghị các cơ quan tham mưu của Liên Hợp Quốc, lực lượng lục quân của các nước tại các phái bộ tham gia cần tham mưu cho Liên Hợp Quốc, chính quyền sở tại để chung tay tạo kế sinh nhai, xây dựng đời sống nhân dân địa phương, kiến tạo hòa bình lâu dài. Để chúng tôi xác định là nhân dân chỉ có lo ấm thì mới có hạnh phúc, mới có hòa bình và mới có ổn định. Bên cạnh đó cần phải tham gia nhiều cái kinh nghiệm gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc của Việt Nam. Chúng tôi đề nghị đề xuất một số giải pháp trong quá trình triển khai sử dụng nguồn lực này cho hoạt động. Thứ nhất là chú trọng công tác chuẩn bị lực lượng, tăng cường công tác huấn luyện, đào tạo cho các lực lượng tham gia nhiệm vụ gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc, trang bị đầy đủ toàn diện, đảm bảo thích ứng với môi trường làm việc yêu cầu ngày càng cao của phái bộ và phát huy hiệu quả công tác làm việc của môi trường quốc tế đa phương. Và tin tưởng chắc rằng diễn tập hòa bình Liên Hợp Quốc giữa Việt Nam và Ấn Độ VinFast lần thứ 6 vào tháng 11 2025 tổ chức tại Việt Nam sẽ thành công, góp phần nâng cao năng lực cho lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình. 2. Thúc đẩy hợp tác quốc tế trong nghiên cứu, chia sẻ kinh nghiệm, hỗ trợ nâng cao năng lực, đẩy mạnh ứng dụng khoa học công nghệ, trong đó có công nghệ số, trí tuệ nhân tạo, AI, đảm bảo cho sự thích ứng an toàn cho lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc tại các phái bộ và thực địa. 3. Lồng ghép các yếu tố bảo vệ môi trường, an ninh vào quá trình áp dụng công nghệ nhằm đảm bảo hoạt động gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc vừa hiệu quả, vừa bền vững, vừa lâu dài. Thưa các quý vị, với đường lối đối ngoại độc lập, tự chủ, đa dạng hóa, đa phương hóa, là bạn, là đối tác tin cậy, là thành viên có trách nhiệm của cộng đồng quốc tế, Việt Nam kiên định chính sách quốc phòng 4.0, không tham gia liên minh quân sự, không liên kết với nước này để chống nước kia, không cho nước ngoài đặt căn cứ quân sự ở Việt Nam hoặc sử dụng lãnh thổ Việt Nam để chống nước khác, không sử dụng vũ lực, đe dọa hoặc sử dụng vũ lực trong quan hệ quốc tế. Việt Nam cam kết đóng góp tích cực vào hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc, tiếp tục duy trì mở rộng sự tham gia của các lực lượng gìn giữ hòa bình như lực lượng bảo vệ, đơn vị thông tin, kiểm sát quân sự. Chúng tôi mong muốn được nhận được sự hợp tác, hỗ trợ của Liên Hợp Quốc và đối tác bạn bè quốc tế, đóng góp nhiều hơn nữa vào sứ mệnh gìn giữ hòa bình của Liên Hợp Quốc. Xin chúc sức khỏe các quý vị, chúc hội nghị thành công tốt đẹp. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Senior Lieutenant General Nagwen Vanya, thank you very much for your address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we do march on, in the words of Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Honorable External Affairs Minister of India, every change must begin somewhere, and there is no better place than where it started. It is indeed, as we realize, our collective responsibility to make peace, stability, and inclusivity possible in the global conflict management. For the next pivotal address, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on the stage Ambassador P. Harish, Permanent Representative to Permanent Mission of India, UN. Ambassador P. Harish.
Thank you, Madam, for that warm welcome. Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Under Secretary General Jean-Pierre Lacroix, chiefs from troop contributing countries and military leaders assembled here today. It's indeed an honor for me to address military leaders united by our shared commitment to international peace and security. It's a unique and unprecedented gathering of the chiefs of various troop contributing countries who are gathered here today. As we reflect on the state of UN peacekeeping operations, I want to share a perspective shaped by India's deep commitment to and abiding history with this noble cause. Friends, since the 1950s, when we sent a medical unit to the Korean War, India has been a steadfast partner of UN peacekeeping. Over the decades, we have contributed nearly 300,000 troops to more than 50 missions. From the dense jungles of the Congo to the arid plains of Somalia and the challenging terrain of South Sudan. Today, over 5,000 Indian peacekeepers serve in 9 UN missions around the world, upholding the highest standards of professionalism and dedication. This unwavering commitment, however, has come at a great cost. We have lost 182 of our brave compatriots in the service of international peace and security. Their sacrifice reminds us of the profound responsibility we bear. Excellencies, peacekeeping has been instrumental in alleviating human suffering in some of the world's most brutal conflict zones. There is arguably no other organization in the history of humankind that has done more to bring stability and hope to those caught in the crossfire. When the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to UN peacekeeping forces in 1988, the then Secretary General of the United Nations, Javier Pérez de Cuellar, said, and I quote, "The essence of peacekeeping is a use of soldiers as a catalyst for peace rather than as instruments of war. It is in fact the exact opposite of the military action against aggression foreseen in Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. The technique of peacekeeping can help us to cross the line from a world of international conflict and violence to a world in which respect for international law and authority overcomes belligerence and ensures justice. Peacekeeping operations thus symbolize a world community's will to peace and represent the impartial, practical expression of that will." Unquote. Today, however, we must also be candid about the immense and unprecedented challenges we face. Peacekeeping cannot be a substitute for genuine political engagement and reconciliation. We must restore UN peacekeeping to its original core mandate. I would like to suggest 6 points for your consideration. First and foremost, mandates must be realistic and achievable. So-called Christmas tree mandates laden with unmanageable tasks often lead to mission failures. To avoid this, troop and police contributing countries must be included in the initial mandate formulation process. Our views must be heard by the UN Security Council before mandate renewals. Second, the safety and security of peacekeepers must remain paramount. In an era of asymmetric threats, those who risk their lives for peace must be adequately protected. Attacks against peacekeepers not only undermine the UN's credibility, but also deter member states from contributing troops. And we have heard some of those instances today morning from some of the chiefs who spoke. Peacekeeper safety is not a negotiable luxury. It's fundamental to the success and viability of UN peacekeeping. The UN Security Council unanimously adopted India-led Resolution 2589 on strengthening accountability for crimes committed against peacekeepers in August 2021. Sponsored by 84 member states, the resolution calls for a renewed focus on measures to bring to justice the perpetrators of acts of violence against UN peacekeepers. As a follow-up to this initiative, the Group of Friends for Accountability of Crimes Against Peacekeepers was formally launched in December 2022, with over 40 member states dedicated to advancing legal frameworks, promoting investigation, and supporting measures to ensure accountability for crimes committed against UN peacekeepers. India, as a proud co-chair, hosted the third meeting recently in July this year in New York. Third, peacekeepers must have the resources and capabilities they need to fulfill their mandates. Equipment must guarantee their safety while enhancing their performance. In this context, we must address the issue of national caveats. India believes in a no national caveat policy. Any caveat places an undue burden on those who have none, impacting the safety and effectiveness of the entire mission. Fourth, women are pivotal in peacekeeping missions, and we have heard many chiefs comment on this matter since morning. Women peacekeepers are essential for effective peacekeeping, including mandate implementation, and particularly so in community outreach. Their ability to connect with local communities and address gender-sensitive issues enhances the legitimacy and effectiveness of operations. Increasing the number of women in peacekeeping will promote gender equality and inspire change in host countries. Empowering women and ensuring their active participation will strengthen peacekeeping efforts and contribute to sustainable peace. In 2007, India deployed the first all-female foreign police unit to Liberia under UNMIL. This contingent inspired local women and enhanced security by addressing gender-specific issues. Fifth, technology is very important and plays an increasingly key role in enhancing efficiency and achieving mandate goals. Its infusing in peacekeeping operations is essential for ensuring a transparent system with inbuilt accountability. We should invest in technologies that increase the efficacy and security of peacekeeping operations. India supports technology solutions for conflict analysis, for hotspot prediction, and resource allocation during peacekeeping operations by supporting the UN's technological capacity. In doing this, we can ensure that peacekeeping operations are more efficient, responsive, and resilient in addressing the complexities of modern conflict. Enhancing medical support to peacekeeping by providing state-of-the-art medical equipment and telemedicine services is another such example. Sixth, and this is important, cooperation between the United Nations and regional organizations is essential for maintaining international peace and security, as outlined in Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. The political will of regional actors who possess a deeper understanding of local dynamics is vital for the success of peace operations, allowing them to complement the UN's capabilities. Partnerships with international financial institutions are also critical for peace building, and their aid should not be made conditional on specific policies. to be effective, all stakeholders, including regional organizations and financial institutions, must act with impartiality and align their activities with national priorities, as nationally owned and nationally led peace efforts are more likely to succeed. Excellencies and friends, being a member of the Peace Building Commission since its inception 2 decades ago, India believes that successful peace building must be nationally led and driven by homegrown national priorities and reconciliation efforts. Solutions imposed from outside cannot build and sustain peace. International assistance should complement national efforts while fully respecting sovereignty and long-term socio-economic development needs and priorities of the host country. India emphasizes that countries in conflict need adequate time, space, and resources for critical institution building. This year, UN member states are undertaking the 4th review of the peace-building architecture. We must leverage the 2025 review process to address current and future peace-building challenges. During this process, we must enshrine and reaffirm the principle of national ownership in peace building. Peace building should not be seen as a donor-driven project targeting countries of the global south. In this context, we have emphasized repeatedly that national prevention strategies should remain voluntary, and developed countries should lead by example in presenting such strategies before the Peace Building Commission. We have sought a greater role for UN resident coordinators to strengthen coherence across UN entities at the field level. We have also underscored our support for women, peace and security, youth, peace and security, and children and armed conflict agendas in the peace-building realm. Friends, as we enter an era of resource constraints and calls for efficiency and effectiveness of the UN, the future of UN peace operations lies in a nimbler, more focused, technology-supported and flexible approach. UN peace operations should support UN-sanctioned agreements with clear mandates and offer advisory capabilities during transitions with the consent of the host nations. They can also field mine action teams, provide emergency humanitarian and disaster response, and offer technical and monitoring support for elections. Finally, the effectiveness of UN peacekeeping is deeply tied to the structure and legitimacy of the UN Security Council, which must be reformed to ensure expansion in both permanent and non-permanent categories, to include countries from underrepresented geographies that can more robustly contribute to maintenance of international peace and security. This would not only enhance legitimacy, but also ensure that peacekeeping decisions are made with broader global perspectives in mind. Excellencies, we must collectively work to retain peacekeeping firmly in the multilateral and UN domain. The path ahead is challenging, but our collective dedication can pave the way to a more effective, secure, and credible UN peacekeeping. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador P. Harish, for that compelling address and the learnings there. With that, we would now like to invite on stage Major General Mesahel Esseni, the Chief of Staff of Algerian Land Forces. We welcome you.
السيد رئيس أركان الجيش الهندي، السادة قادة القوات، رؤساء أركان الجيوش وممثلي الدول المشاركة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسعدني في بداية هذه الكلمة أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى السلطات العليا لجمهورية الهند الصديقة على احتضان هذا الاجتماع وعلى حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. كما أتوجه إلى كل المشاركين والمشرفين بتحية التقدير والاحترام التي أزفها إليكم من بلد 1,500,000 شهيد. إن بلد الجزائر الذي نال استقلاله بعد كفاح مرير ضد الاستدمار لن ينسى أبدا قيمة السلم ولا ثمن الحرية، فاختار أن يجعل من دبلوماسيته أداة لنصرة القضايا العادلة، وكرس أهمية كبرى لترسيخ مبادئ السلم واحترام سيادة الدول وعدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية للدول عبر انتهاج دبلوماسية عقلانية ومسؤولة تنبذ العنف وتدعو إلى الحوار والتسوية السياسية للنزاعات في انسجام تام مع ميثاق الأمم المتحدة والقانون الدولي. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، لم يكن التزام الجزائر بالسلام مجرد شعارات، بل ترجم عمليا من خلال مساهمتها في عمليات حفظ السلام تحت راية الأمم المتحدة منذ سنة 1989، سواء من خلال إرسال قوات خبراء وملاحظين أو دعم لوجستي وإنساني، حيث شاركت وحدات من الجيش الوطني الشعبي الجزائري في عدة مهام، أبرزها في كل من الكونغو الديمقراطية، كمبوديا، هايتي، أنغولا، إثيوبيا، إريتريا، بوروندي، كونغو، أوغندا، السودان، دارفور ولوزاكا، مساهمة منها في حماية المدنيين وضمان إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية والمساعدة في إعادة بناء المؤسسات الوطنية في الدولة الخارجة من أزمات. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، لقد أثبتت الجزائر أن مساهمتها في حفظ السلم لا يقتصر على الجانب العسكري، بل يشمل أيضا البعد الدبلوماسي والإنساني، فهي تؤمن أن السلام لا يعرض بالقوة بل يبنى بالحوار وبمعالجة الأسباب الجذرية للنزاعات من فقر وتهميش واستعمار. إن تمسك الجزائر بالسلم كخيار استراتيجي لا ينبعث فقط من إرثها النضالي وتاريخها التحرري، بل هو أيضا تجسيد لنصوص دستورية واضحة تحدد إطار تحركها الخارجي. ففي دستور 2020 نصت المادة 31 على أن تعمل الجزائر على تعزيز السلم والأمن في العالم واحترام حقوق الشعوب في تقرير مصيرها وحرياتها. أما المادة 91 فقد حددت إمكانية مشاركة الجزائر في عمليات حفظ السلم تحت راية الأمم المتحدة أو الاتحاد الإفريقي بعد موافقة البرلمان بالأغلبية، وهو ما يعكس تمسك بلد الجزائر بالشرعية القانونية والمؤسساتية في قراراتها الدولية. باعتبار بلد الجزائر عضو غير دائم في مجلس الأمن للأمم المتحدة بعد انتخابه بالأغلبية الساحقة، فهو مصمم بجعل هذه العضوية منصة للدفاع عن السلم والعدل وحقوق الشعوب. ضمن هذا الإطار يعمل بلد الجزائر على دعم إصلاح آليات حفظ السلام لتكون أكثر نجاعة واحتراما لخصوصيات النزاعات، تعزيز مشاركة البلدان الإفريقية في صنع القرار الأممي، الوقاية من النزاعات بدل الاكتفاء بردود الفعل العسكرية. إن بلد الجزائر يدرك أن العالم بحاجة إلى سلم شامل ومستدام لا يقوم فقط على نشر القوات أو توقيع اتفاقيات، بل على إصلاح عميق لنظام الحكومة الدولية وعلى إعادة بناء الثقة بين الشعوب ومؤسسات المجتمع الدولي. وفيما يتعلق بمستقبل العمليات، ينبغي مراعاة الجوانب التالية: جعل عمليات حفظ السلام وسيلة ضمن استراتيجية شاملة لإعادة السلم وليست غاية بحد ذاتها، مع ضرورة معالجة جذور النزاع وتلبية الاحتياجات الأمنية الحقيقية للسكان. إعداد تقرير عن الدروس المستخلصة أو تقييم موضوعي للعمليات المنفذة أو تلك التي لا تزال قيد التنفيذ، مع إبراز نقاط الضعف والقوة في كل عملية، وذلك بهدف إدخال التصحيحات اللازمة على هذه العمليات. ومن بين الجوانب العاجلة التي تستحق المعالجة مسألة تكييف ولاية القوات الأممية مع السياق الأمني، ولا سيما طبيعة التهديد، وهو ما يقتضي تزويد هذه القوات بالتسليح والمعدات اللوجستية المناسبة لتمكينها من أداء مهامها على الوجه الأمثل. إعداد دراسات استشرافية للسيناريوهات التي ستواجهها عملية حفظ السلام على المدى القصير والمتوسط، بما في ذلك التمهيدات التقليدية والهجينة للنزاعات، وذلك بهدف توقع الاستجابة العملياتية المناسبة. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، نحن نؤمن أن السلم لا يصان إلا بالعدل، ولا يبنى إلا بالاحترام، ولا يدافع عنه إلا بالحوار الشجاع. ومن هذا المنطلق ستظل الجزائر وفية لتاريخها ومبادئها شريكا موثوقا في كل مسعى أممي يرمي إلى إنهاء النزاعات وحماية المدنيين وبناء عالم أكثر أمنا وتضامنا. السيد رئيس أركان الجيش الهندي، السادة قادة القوات، رؤساء أركان الجيوش وممثلي الدول المشاركة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، نجدد التزامنا الكامل بالمساهمة في حفظ السلام العالمي وفي إطار تعددية فعالة واحترام صارم للشرعية الدولية وانفتاح على الحوار والشراكة البناءة. أشكركم على حسن الإصغاء والاستماع.
Major General Asine, thank you very, very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this is to apprise you that the Deputy Chief of the General Staff and Chief of the Operational Department, Republic of Armenia, is represented by the Commander of Peacekeeping Brigade. Request the representative, Colonel Papyan Ruben, to please address the august gathering.
Esteemed General Upendra, Mr. Jean Laure, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of Republic of Armenia, presented its position and contribution in the field of international peacekeeping. On September 21, 1991, Armenia declared its independence after Soviet Union, marking the beginning of our nation's path towards sovereignty and full membership in the international community. Our membership in the United Nations, established on 2nd of March 1992, reaffirmed our place within the global family and reflected our commitment to the values of peace, stability, and cooperation. In August 2001, Armenia formalized its commitment to international peace operations through a Memorandum of Understanding with the United Nations. Shortly thereafter, on 23rd of August 2001, peacekeeping battalion were established within the Armenian Armed Forces, which was transformed into the Peacekeeping Brigade in October 2007, underscoring our growing capabilities and dedication to global peace efforts. Armenian peacekeepers have proudly fulfilled and continue to fulfill their assigned missions in various UN and NATO operations. Since February 2004, an Armenian contingent composed of an infantry unit has been participating in KFOR mission. The task of the unit have included ensuring the security and protection of the military bases and the airport, safeguarding important infrastructures, cultural and religious sites, and conducting patrols within the designated area of responsibility. More than 1,700 officers and soldiers have participated in this mission. In Iraq, from February 2005 to October 2008, Armenian contingent composed of a transportation platoon, EOD Scout, and group of medics participated in the Operation Iraqi Freedom as a part of the coalition forces. Their task covered transporting humanitarian supplies within the division's area of responsibility, detecting, removing, and disposing of landmines and improvised explosive devices, and providing medical care to coalition service members as well as the local population. More than 360 officers and soldiers participated in this mission. In Afghanistan, from 2010 to March 2021, an Armenian contingent composed of an infantry company and legion officers participated in the International Security Assistance Force and the Resolute Force mission. Their task included ensuring the security and protection of military bases in Kunduz, Mike Spen, Kasaba, and Marmal, as well as the airport in Kunduz and Mazar-e Sharif. More than 2,450 officers and soldiers participated in the mission. In Lebanon, since May 2012, an Armenian officer has been participating in the UNIFIL mission as a legion officer. Since November 2014, an Armenian contingent composed of an infantry unit and a legion officer has been involved in the UNIFIL mission. The main task of the unit is to ensure the security and protection of the Shama military base. Over the course of 15 rotations, 470 officers and soldiers have participated in the mission. In Syria, from May to August 2012, an Armenian officer participated in the UN supervision mission in Syria. In a single rotation, one officer participated in mission. In Mali, from January 15 to December 2023, an Armenian officer served as a staff officer in the UN multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali. Over the course of 16 rotations, 16 Armenian officers participated in the mission. As a member of the NATO Partnership for Peace program, Armenia has participated in various exercises and training courses with scenario of peacekeeping and peace support operations. On May 14, 2025, within the framework of the United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting held in Berlin, the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Armenia delivered a statement during the session of commitments in support of international peacekeeping. The minister noted that, in addition to three prior commitments made by Armenia in support of United Nations peacekeeping, namely the provision of up to 1 light infantry peacekeeping battalion, an EOD company, and a level 2 field hospital, Armenia is now assuming 3 new commitments. To assign qualified staff officers to various positions within the headquarters of UN peacekeeping mission in different levels, to conduct UN peacekeeping training courses at the Peacekeeping Training Center of the Ministry of Defense of Republic of Armenia for the UN troop contributing countries' military personnel, and to promote the participation of female peacekeepers in the UN operation by organizing relevant activities and increasing the number of Armenian women serving in peacekeeping roles. The new commitments align with the priorities of the United Nations peacekeeping and have been positively received by the UN Peacekeeping Service. General Lupendra, in concluding my report, I would like to express my gratitude for this invitation and for very good hospitality, and to reaffirm that the armed forces of the Republic of Armenia stand ready to continue their contribution to the UNIFIL mission and are prepared to participate in new missions across various regions of the world. Thank you.
Colonel Rubain, thank you very much for your warm and informative address indeed. On that note, up next we would extend a mighty welcome as we invite on stage Brigadier Damian Bushell, representing the Australian Army. extending a very, very warm welcome to you.
It's a privilege to represent the Australian Chief of Army, Lieutenant General Stewart, at this conclave, and he sends his regards. Good morning, colleagues, Under Secretary General, Ambassador, and also thank you to the Chief of Army staff for hosting this conclave and your ongoing leadership in UN peacekeeping. I'd like to start with a quote. "We, the peoples of the United Nations, are determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war." These opening words of the United Nations Charter remain as relevant today as they were in 1945. They remind us why we gather here, not as individual nations, but as partners committed to peace, security, and human dignity. These experiences strengthen the bonds that underpin effective peacekeeping. In a world where challenges are increasingly complex, this forum is a vital vehicle for ensuring that we remain united in purpose and, importantly, prepared to deliver. Australia's involvement in United Nations peacekeeping began in 1947 when we deployed military observers to Indonesia as part of the United Nations Good Office Commission. That modest beginning marked the start of a proud and enduring tradition. Since then, Australia has provided leadership and regional cooperation in peacekeeping success. Now, for me personally, this commitment is deeply personal. Like the Chief of Army Staff said in his opening comments, early in my career, I served with the United Nations Mission of Support in East Timor. That experience was transformative. Now, I saw firsthand the complexity of rebuilding a nation after conflict, the fragile balance between security, governance, and humanitarian needs. I worked alongside soldiers, police, and civilians across the globe. Australia maintains a strategic presence in missions such as the United Nations Truce Supervisor Organisation in the Middle East and the United Nations Mission in South Sudan. Australians have also held key leadership roles, namely Lieutenant General Cheryl Pearce, who served as the Force Commander of the United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus, and also Major General Michael Garraway, who currently serves as the 15th Force Commander of the multinational force and observers in the Sinai, and also our current Chief of Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart. He also held that appointment in the Sinai as well. That reflects the importance and the value that we as Australians place in United Nations peacekeeping. We also contribute to policy development, actively engaging in United Nations peacekeeping forums, such as the Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations, and we strongly support the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Financially, Australia provides both assessed and voluntary contributions to sustain and enhance United Nations missions. Now, as we cast our minds and we look to the future, technology will be a decisive enabler of peacekeeping success. Australia is committed to working with partners to integrate these technologies responsibly, ensuring they serve the principles of the United Nations and the protection, importantly, of civilians. Australia views peacekeeping not just as a military task, but as a moral responsibility, an opportunity to protect the vulnerable, prevent conflict, and help rebuild fractured societies. We believe the United Nations remains a critical player in maintaining international order and promoting human security. I'd like to offer my thanks to the Government of India for its leadership in bringing us together. It is a powerful reminder that collaboration is our greatest strength. Let me close today by offering my appreciation for the hospitality that has been provided. This is a fantastic opportunity to embrace Indian culture. Thank you. The world is one family.
Brigadier Bushell, it's indeed very, very encouraging to have heard you. Thank you so much again. On that note, Lieutenant General Mohammad Menur Rahman, the General Officer commanding Army Training and Doctrine Command, Bangladesh Army, is now requested to please step forward onto the stage and deliver his address.
Respected Chief of Army Staff, Indian Army, General Upendra Dwivedi, Excellencies, Army Chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon and namaste. Let me begin by extending my sincere gratitude to Indian Army for organizing this prestigious and timely event, the first ever Army Chiefs Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh Army began its journey in UN peacekeeping operations in 1988. Since then, our peacekeepers have consistently demonstrated courage and patriotism in some of the most volatile regions in the world. Over the past 37 years, Bangladesh has participated in 63 UN peacekeeping missions across 40 countries. Till date, over 202,000 Bangladeshi peacekeepers have served under Blue Helmet. Currently, 5,816 personnel are deployed in 10 countries, making Bangladesh the third largest troops contributing country in the world. It is worth mentioning that Bangladesh has been ranked as the top troops contributing country on 14 occasions since 2001. This achievement has definitely come with a price. In pursuit of global peace, 168 Bangladeshi peacekeepers had made supreme sacrifice, while 276 suffered injuries. Our women participation is also noteworthy. A total of 3,660 women peacekeepers have completed their tour of duties, while 444 are currently deployed, thus advancing the UN gender parity goal. Ladies and gentlemen, the nature of challenges faced by peacekeepers are constantly evolving. Asymmetric threats, terrorism, complex political dynamics, financial and logistics challenges continue to test our capabilities. The use of improvised explosive devices, and as the future unfolds, the availability of affordable drones and UAVs are likely to pose serious threat to the field missions. To address these challenges, we need to develop certain capabilities like quick deployment and rapid response capabilities, advanced capabilities against IEDs, and in future against UAVs and drones, use of next generation technologies for surveillance, networking, and operations, and last but not the least, as the respected Indian Army Chief mentioned, enhanced cooperation, training, and intelligence sharing, and over and above everything, interoperability between troops contributing countries, exactly for which we are sitting here today. Finally, let me reaffirm Bangladesh Army's unwavering commitment to UN peacekeeping operations. My sincere gratitude to Indian Army for a very warm hospitality and immense care. May this conclave inspire a renewed resolve amongst all of us to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Lieutenant General Rahman, thank you very much for your words, your actionable words indeed. With that, up next in the plenary, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to be now inviting on stage Lieutenant General Eduardo, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Brazilian Army now.
Dear all, good morning. Bom dia a todos. I invite you everybody to put your phones, please. Eu sou o General Eduardo, vice-chefe do Estado-Maior do Exército Brasileiro, representando o general Tomás, o comandante do Exército. Em primeiro lugar, eu gostaria de agradecer o convite do general Upendra Dwivedi, chefe do Estado-Maior da Índia, para participar deste conclave representando o Exército Brasileiro. Thank you, sir. Este fórum pioneiro possibilita que nós, participantes, nos engajemos em discussões sobre a temática de operações de paz, aumentando as capacidades de colaboração entre as nações amigas. É nesse espírito de colaboração que nós nos reunimos nesta semana, com o objetivo de aumentar a eficácia de nossa geração de capacidades, da nossa mobilização de recursos, onde cada exército, amparado na sua experiência, pode contribuir com lições aprendidas ao longo de décadas de emprego em missões de tropa ao redor do mundo. Poderemos discutir sobre as novas ameaças e desafios comuns às operações de paz, norteando o preparo para missões futuras, de forma que as missões possam ser desempenhadas da maneira mais eficaz possível, garantindo a paz sustentável nas regiões instáveis e de conflito no mundo, onde a presença da ONU se faz necessária. O Exército Brasileiro já contribuiu com tropa em 10 missões de paz, com desdobramentos realizados a partir de 1957, totalizando em efetivo mais de 44 mil militares, com destaque para a missão das Nações Unidas para a Estabilização do Haiti, MINUSTAH, que o Brasil teve a honra de liderar por 13 anos. A participação do Exército Brasileiro nas operações de paz da ONU tem colaborado com importantes ensinamentos para a nossa força terrestre, não apenas na área operacional, mas também na logística, doutrina e planejamento. Os desafios de amplo espectro que foram enfrentados pelos exércitos nos permitiram compreender a complexidade do emprego de tropas, motivando a busca pelo aperfeiçoamento constante do preparo dos nossos contingentes. Muitos exércitos representados neste conclave já dividiram áreas de operações e missões de paz conosco, sendo parceiros no emprego de tropa. Hoje, aproveitamos para reafirmar o nosso compromisso com o aprofundamento de nossas parcerias no preparo de nossas tropas e dos observadores militares. O Brasil, por intermédio do nosso Centro Conjunto de Operações de Paz, disponibiliza para todos os participantes, todos os exércitos amigos, cursos que podem ser frequentados por militares de nações amigas, como de prevenção da exploração sexual, abuso e assédio, o curso de coordenação civil-militar, o curso de desarmamento, desmobilização e reintegração, o curso de logística e reembolso, o curso de observadores militares, o curso de oficial de Estado-Maior da ONU, o curso de ação contra minas e o curso de proteção de civis. O Exército Brasileiro, alinhado às diretrizes de paridade de gênero da ONU, encoraja a participação de militares do segmento feminino nos cursos de preparação no Brasil e no exterior, além de seguir trabalhando para aumentar a participação de nossos militares em missões com tropa. Finalizo minhas palavras com meus sinceros agradecimentos ao Exército da Índia por sediar este conclave e deixo meu reconhecimento aos milhares de peacekeepers do passado e do presente, de todas as nações amigas, reafirmando o compromisso do Exército Brasileiro em aumentar a participação dos homens e mulheres em missões sob a égide da ONU, de acordo com os princípios e as prioridades da política externa e da defesa do Brasil, mantendo tropas aptas a atuar em operações de paz e em ações de caráter humanitário, garantindo que o peacekeeper do futuro esteja em condições de levar a paz e a estabilidade à população das regiões a quais a ONU deseja estender a sua mão amiga. Muito obrigado. Thank you all.
Lieutenant General Eduardo, thank you very, very much for your address. We will commence with the plenary 3 at 2:30 p.m. and we will start with Cambodia and Egypt. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to join us over an appetizing lunch. The lunch is scheduled at the Ashoka Pavilion in the lower portico. You will be escorted by your respective protocol officers. At 2:30 p.m., we will commence with the deliberations further, plenary 3, that will all be about addresses from the representatives on the way ahead for UN peacekeeping operations. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you back into the hall at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Hello. 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 How are you? Hello. 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 Hello.
better tomorrow. United Nations peacekeeping brings together nations, cultures, and forces, uniting them under one mission: peace. From monitoring ceasefires to protecting civilians, peacekeepers safeguard lives and restore dignity where conflict has torn it apart. The journey began on 29th of May 1948 in Palestine with the UN Truce Supervision Organization. The first step in a mission that continues to this day. Today, 119 nations contribute their soldiers and resources. A true testament to global solidarity. From Africa to Asia, the Middle East to Europe, United Nations peacekeeping has undertaken over 70 missions across the globe, each a story of resilience and cooperation. Despite operational commitments at home, the Indian Army has been a steadfast contributor to global peace. Since 1950, India has participated in 53 of 72 UN peacekeeping missions, deploying nearly 300,000 soldiers, among the largest contributions by any nation. Through courage and sacrifice, 164 Indian soldiers have made the supreme sacrifice under the UN flag, a testament to India's resolve for world peace. Today, over 5,000 Indian peacekeepers serve in 9 missions across the world, including 5 infantry contingents, 11 specialist units, and 188 staff officers and military observers. India has also provided 16 force commanders, divisional commanders, and senior military advisors, shaping the UN's most critical operations. Whenever disaster has struck, Indian contingents have delivered food, water, shelter, and hope to displaced families. Indian medical teams have been a lifeline, conducting medical camps, surgeries, and specialized care for thousands every year. These efforts not only heal but establish sustainable healthcare systems in conflict zones. In rural and conflict-hit regions, Indian troops organize veterinary camps, saving thousands of livestock, protecting livelihoods, and building resilience for local communities. Our engineers rebuild lives, constructing vital infrastructure for a better tomorrow. Indian peacekeepers strengthen local forces through structured training and capacity building initiatives. From skill development programs on health, education, and equality to yoga outreach promoting holistic well-being, Indian peacekeepers build trust and resilience within communities. At the heart of our mission lies the protection of civilians, ensuring safety for the most vulnerable. Female engagement teams of the Indian Army, now deployed across all missions, connect deeply with women and children. From gathering information to assisting in humanitarian crises, they build dialogue, trust, and security where it matters most. To heal invisible wounds of conflict, India has embedded psychological counselors in mission hospitals, bringing care, stability, and hope to affected populations. From clean energy to ecological initiatives, India champions sustainability within UN missions. Empowered by Atmanirbharta, India deploys indigenous vehicles, surveillance systems, and advanced communications in peacekeeping. These self-reliant technologies ensure safety, mobility, and effectiveness, strengthening not just India, but collective global peace. Peace is more than absence of conflict. Through education, empowerment and equality, Indian peacekeepers help rebuild societies on stronger foundations. Enshrined in our civilizational ethos, the world is one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Our peacekeepers embody this eternal philosophy, serving humanity beyond borders. The UN Troop Contributing Countries Chiefs Conclave reaffirms this shared resolve, bringing together nations to strengthen peacekeeping and chart the course of a safer future. in mission hospitals, bringing care, stability, and hope to affected populations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to please settle down. With all the warm smiles that I see in the house, I do hope that after the food for thought, it was indeed the time for food for the bodies, and I hope you had a happy networking luncheon. We're just about to resume in the next few seconds. I will request all of you to please settle down. Thank you. Once again, may I humbly request you, ladies and gents, to please settle down. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they say that the secret of getting ahead is to get started. Let's get started, as after the initial plenary, we engaged in substantive deliberations on the future of UN peacekeeping and exploring the emerging challenges and also the opportunities to strengthen the collective action. Let's further substantiate the dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin with the plenary 3 and invite now on stage Major General Heng Makara, the Deputy Commander of the Army of RCAF, Kingdom of Cambodia. Please welcome him with a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. It's over to you.
DVD មេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃសាធារណរដ្ឋឥណ្ឌានិងជាប្រធានសន្និបាតមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិ ជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតសូមគោរពអាយដាមនាយឧត្តមសំណេរអូពេត្រា DVD មេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃសាធារណរដ្ឋឥណ្ឌានិងជាប្រធានសន្និបាតមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិអាយដាមមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនិងតំណាងមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិទាំងអស់ជាទីគោរពរាប់អានថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំពិតជាមានកិត្តិយសដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់និងក្តីរីករាយក្រៃលែងដោយអាយដាមនាយឧត្តមសេនីយ៍ម៉ៅសុផាន់អគ្គមេបញ្ជាការរងនៃកងយុទ្ធពលខេមរភូមិន្ទមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកបានចាត់រូបខ្ញុំជាតំណាងមកចូលរួមក្នុងសន្និបាតមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិលើកទី1ដែលរៀបចំឡើងដោយកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃសាធារណរដ្ឋឥណ្ឌានៅទីក្រុងញូដេលីនាពេលនេះតាមនាមថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃកងយុទ្ធពលខេមរភូមិន្ទនិងក្នុងនាមខ្លួនខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណយ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅបំផុតជូនចំពោះអាយដាមនាយឧត្តមសេនីយ៍អូពេត្រា DVD មេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃសាធារណរដ្ឋឥណ្ឌាដែលបានអញ្ជើញកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃកងយុទ្ធពលខេមរភូមិន្ទចូលរួមនិងបានទទួលបដិសណ្ឋារកិច្ចស្វាគមន៍យ៉ាងកក់ក្ដៅជាទីបំផុតជ្រាបក្នុងឱកាសនេះផងដែរខ្ញុំសូមពំនាំនៅការផ្ដាំផ្ញើសុខទុក្ខពីសំណាក់អាយដាមនាយឧត្តមសេនីយ៍ម៉ៅសុផាន់អគ្គមេបញ្ជាការរងនៃកងយុទ្ធពលខេមរភូមិន្ទមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកជូនចំពោះអាយដាមនាយឧត្តមសេនីយ៍អូពេត្រា DVD មេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃសាធារណរដ្ឋឥណ្ឌាព្រមទាំងអាយដាមមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនិងតំណាងមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសទាំងអស់ដែលមានវត្តមាននាឱកាសនេះខ្ញុំសូមវេតម្លៃខ្ពស់ចំពោះការរៀបចំសន្និបាតនេះ ជាលើកទី1ក្រោមប្រធានបទការកសាងសមត្ថភាពនិងការប្រើប្រាស់ធនធានសម្រាប់ប្រតិបត្តិការរក្សាសន្តិភាពប្រកបដោយនិរន្តរភាពក្នុងគោលបំណងដើម្បីបង្ហាញឆន្ទៈរួមនិងស្វែងរកដំណោះស្រាយរួមក្នុងការបន្តថែរក្សាសន្តិភាពនិងសន្តិសុខពិភពលោកឲ្យមានស្ថិរភាពយូរអង្វែងស្របពេលដែលសភាពការពិភពលោកកំពុងមានការវិវត្តស្មុគស្មាញលឿនរហ័សគ្រោះថ្នាក់និងពិបាកព្យាករណ៍ហើយគោលការណ៍ពហុភាគីនិយមក៏កំពុងប្រឈមមុខនឹងការសាកល្បងដ៏ធ្ងន់ធ្ងរបំផុតមិនធ្លាប់មានយើងទាំងអស់គ្នាប្រកាសជាបានដឹងរួចមកហើយថាអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងនៅឆ្នាំ1945បន្ទាប់ពីសង្គ្រាមលោកលើកទី2ត្រូវបានបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីថែរក្សាសន្តិភាពនិងសន្តិសុខពិភពលោកលើកស្ទួយកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការអន្តរជាតិក្រមច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិអភិវឌ្ឍសេដ្ឋកិច្ចដោះស្រាយវិវាទរវាងរដ្ឋជាសមាជិកនិងបញ្ជៀសមហានិភ័យនៃសង្គ្រាមប្រទេសកម្ពុជាបានចូលជាសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិនៅឆ្នាំ1955ពោលគឺមានរយៈពេល70ឆ្នាំនៅថ្ងៃទី14ខែធ្នូ2025ខាងមុខនេះចំពោះកម្ពុជាសន្តិភាពគឺជាទ្រព្យកំណប់ដ៏មានតម្លៃបំផុតសម្រាប់ជាតិនិងប្រជាជនទាំងមូលដោយសារកម្ពុជាធ្លាប់ត្រូវបានញោមញីបំផ្លិចបំផ្លាញដោយសង្គ្រាមស៊ីវិលនិងអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍រាប់ទសវត្សរ៍ទំព័រប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រខ្មៅងងឹតរបស់កម្ពុជាត្រូវបានបិទបញ្ចប់ទាំងស្រុងតាមរយៈគោលនយោបាយឈ្នះឈ្នះរបស់សម្ដេចតេជោហ៊ុនសែនអតីតនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីនិងបច្ចុប្បន្នជាប្រធានព្រឹទ្ធសភានៃប្រជាណាចក្រកម្ពុជាដែលបានបញ្ចប់សង្គ្រាមនាំមកនូវសន្តិភាពពេញលេញដោយពុំមានបាញ់កំភ្លើងសូម្បីមួយគ្រាប់ទន្ទឹមគ្នានេះដែរកម្ពុជានៅតែដឹងគុណជានិច្ចចំពោះបណ្ដាប្រទេសជាសមាជិកជាច្រើនរួមទាំងតាមរយៈបេសកកម្មរក្សាសន្តិភាពរបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិដែលបានផ្ដល់ការគាំទ្រដល់កម្ពុជាក្នុងកំឡុងនៃដំណើរការស្វែងរកសន្តិភាពជាមួយនឹងសន្តិភាពពេញលេញកម្ពុជាក៏បានរួមចំណែកយ៉ាងសកម្មដល់ការកសាងនិងថែរក្សាសន្តិភាពនៅទូទាំងពិភពលោកកម្ពុជាបានប្រែក្លាយពីប្រទេសមួយដែលធ្លាប់ទទួលកងបេសកកម្មថែរក្សាសន្តិភាពរបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិទៅជាអ្នកចូលរួមចំណែកដ៏មុតមមចំពោះសន្តិភាពសកលចាប់តាំងពីឆ្នាំ2006កម្ពុជាបានបញ្ជូនកម្លាំងថែរក្សាសន្តិភាពជាង10000នាក់និងក្នុងនោះមានស្ត្រីជាង800នាក់ចូលរួមបេសកកម្មរបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិជាងចំនួន10ប្រទេសទូទាំងពិភពលោកក្នុងនោះកងកម្លាំងរបស់កម្ពុជាបានការពារជនស៊ីវិលបោះសម្អាតមីននិងគ្រប់គ្រងដល់ការកសាងឡើងវិញនៅសហគមន៍នៃរងគ្រោះដោយសារសង្គ្រាមបច្ចុប្បន្នកម្ពុជាជាសមាជិកដ៏សកម្មមួយនៃគណៈកម្មការកសាងសន្តិភាពនិងជួយប្រទេសងើបចេញពីចំនួនក្នុងការបង្កើតស្ថាប័ននិងលើកកម្ពស់ការផ្សះផ្សាក្នុងន័យនេះការវិវត្តប្រែប្រួលរបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាគឺជាសក្ខីភាពនៃអត្តន័យប្រធានបទរបស់សន្និបាតមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិលើកទី1នេះពោលគឺជាប្រទេសដែលធ្លាប់ត្រូវការសន្តិភាពហើយបច្ចុប្បន្នក៏បានក្លាយជាប្រទេសដែលបាននឹងកំពុងកសាងសមត្ថភាពនិងប្រើប្រាស់ធនធានយ៉ាងសកម្មនិងប្រកបដោយការបដិញ្ញាចិត្តសម្រាប់ប្រតិបត្តិការរក្សាសន្តិភាពប្រកបដោយនិរន្តរភាពរបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិចូលលើស្មារតីនេះការកសាងធនធានមនុស្សប្រកបដោយសក្តានុពលមានភាពក្លាហានមានវិន័យវិជ្ជាជីវៈច្បាស់លាស់តាមរយៈការបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលការអភិវឌ្ឍជំនាញការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរបទពិសោធន៍និងការទទួលខុសត្រូវខ្ពស់ជាកត្តាចាំបាច់បំផុតក្នុងប្រតិបត្តិការរក្សាសន្តិភាពប្រកបដោយនិរន្តរភាពដែលរដ្ឋនីមួយៗចាំបាច់ផ្ដល់ការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់តាមរយៈការរៀបចំប្រើប្រាស់ធនធាននិងការបំពាក់ឧបករណ៍សម្ភារៈឲ្យបានសមស្របសម្រាប់កិច្ចការងារនេះសម្ដៅធានាបាននូវប្រសិទ្ធភាពសុវត្ថិភាពនិងជោគជ័យក្នុងការបំពេញភារកិច្ចជារួមដើម្បីឲ្យការកសាងសមត្ថភាពនិងការប្រើប្រាស់ធនធានសម្រាប់ប្រតិបត្តិការរក្សាសន្តិភាពប្រកបដោយនិរន្តរភាពគឺទាមទារឲ្យមានការចូលរួមនិងការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ពីគ្រប់ភាគីពាក់ព័ន្ធទាំងផ្នែកធនធានមនុស្សនិងសម្ភារៈសម្ដៅធានាបាននៅការថែរក្សាសុខសន្តិភាពនិងសន្តិសុខសកល ទាំងក្នុងពេលបច្ចុប្បន្ននិងពេលអនាគតមុននឹងបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមយ៉ាងមុតមមថាសន្និបាតនេះនឹងជាវេទិកានៃការចែករំលែកនៅគោលគំនិតនិងការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរបទពិសោធន៍ទៅវិញទៅមកហើយរួមបញ្ចូលគ្នាបង្កើតបាននៅធាតុចូលសំខាន់សម្រាប់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាដោះស្រាយនៅបញ្ហាប្រឈមរួមនានាពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងស្ថិរភាពសន្តិសុខសន្តិភាពតែកំពុងវិវត្តប្រែប្រួលលឿនរហ័សពិបាកព្យាករណ៍និងប្រកបដោយគ្រោះថ្នាក់ទាំងនៅក្នុងតំបន់និងសកលជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណអាយដាមនាយឧត្តមសេនីយ៍អូពេត្រាដេវីឌីមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃសាធារណរដ្ឋឥណ្ឌានិងជាប្រធានសន្និបាតដែលបានរៀបចំសន្និបាតនេះប្រកបដោយភាពជោគជ័យនិងទទួលបានលទ្ធផលគួរជាទីមោទនៈជាទីបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំសូមជូនពរអាយដាមមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនិងតំណាងមេបញ្ជាការកងទ័ពជើងគោកនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសសមាជិកអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិទាំងអស់សូមមានសុខភាពល្អសុភមង្គលនិងសម្រេចជោគជ័យគ្រប់ភារកិច្ចសូមអរគុណ
Major General Makara, thank you very, very much. For the next address, we would like to invite on stage Major General Vala Errol Beavers, the Assistant Minister of Defense for Foreign Relations, Egypt. We welcome him with a round of applause.
Excellency General Abandrud Duwevdi, Chief of Army Staff, Excellency Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, Under Secretary General of the United Nations, Chief of Armies, Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me first to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of India and the Indian Ministry of Defense for their tireless efforts in promoting peace around the world and for organizing this important Chiefs Conclave for UN TCCs. India's long and distinguished history in the United Nations peacekeeping continues to inspire all nations committed to international stability. It is also an honor to convey the warm greetings and best wishes of Lieutenant General Ahmed Khalifa, Chief of Staff of the Egyptian Armed Forces, who reaffirms Egypt's steadfast commitment to the principles and objectives of the United Nations in maintaining international peace and security. Excellencies, Egypt's proud legacy in peacekeeping began in 1960, when first participated in the United Nations operation in Congo, UNIC. That mission marked the beginning of over 6 decades of Egyptian service under the UN flag, guided by professionalism, impartiality, and deep commitment to global peace. Today, Egypt continues to contribute to United Nations peace operation in several key missions, including MINURSO in Western Sahara, MINUSCA in the Central of African Republic, UNISFA in Libya, UNMISS in South Sudan, and MINUSCO in the Democratic Republic in Congo. In each of these missions, Egyptian officers, soldiers, and police personnel serve with dedication and distinction. Egypt now are supporting the peace process in the Middle East, especially to solve the crisis in Gaza Strip, and to reach for peace treaty between the two parties, and to reach a ceasefire, flow of the humanitarian aid, release hostages from both sides. At the same time, Egypt is looking forward to support peace in Somalia by contributing in the new African Union mission in Somalia, AWSOM, under the umbrella of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express the Egyptian visions for a United Nations peace operation built upon three main pillars. The first, comprehensive and sustainable peace. Peacekeeping must go beyond ceasefire monitoring to address the root causes of conflict and support reconstructions, reconciliation, and development. Second, regional partnership and African ownership. As a founding member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, Egypt advocates for stronger UN and EU cooperation, enhancing regional capacity to manage and resolve conflicts. Third, human-centered peacekeeping. Egypt attaches great importance to protection of civilians and empowerment of women and youth in a peace process, in line with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. Also through the liaison agency with international organizations, Egypt continues to strengthen coordination with international partners. Peacekeeping Center and Integrated Training Service, ITS, in the United Nations Secretary to enhance the capabilities of peacekeeping personnel and share expertise that contributes to more effective and coherent peace operation worldwide. Excellencies, finally, Egypt firmly believes that peacekeeping is a shared global responsibility to ensure where peace and security prevail for all peoples. At the end, I would like to thank all the Indian Armed Forces Blue Helmet for promoting peace and security around the world. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Major General Beavers, thank you for your emphatic address. Ladies and gentlemen, our next invitation is for Lieutenant General Jerome Goyes, the Senior Advisor to the Deputy Chief of Defense, France.
Ambassador Pravathaneni Harish, Permanent Representation of India to the United Nations, and apologies if I have bullying your name. Chiefs of the Army, General Officers, Delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Lieutenant General Jérôme Goyes. I serve currently as the Senior Advisor to the Deputy CHOD, and before that I was the French representative, military representative in Brussels from 2022 to 2025. I represented our Chief of Defense, General Thierry Burkhardt, in the military committees of both the EU and NATO. On behalf of Army General Pierre Schill, Chief of the French Army, who had to head back to Paris last night, and on my personal behalf, please allow me first to thank India, the Indian government, its Honorable Defense Minister, who was with us this morning, and his Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, for the opportunity to attend the first Army Chiefs Conclave of UN troops contributing countries. In consistence with the spirit of the Charter, France remains committed to peacekeeping, and its contribution relies almost exclusively on the French Army. Our support materializes itself politically, financially, and militarily through our contribution with troops and equipments, and through numerous training initiatives. Despite criticism, peacekeeping has proven its benefits, its effectiveness, and its added value. In that regard, I want to pay tribute to the courage of the peacekeepers and honor the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. And I have, of course, here in Delhi, a special thought for the 182 Indian servicemen and women who gave their lives in PKO since 1948. But I was also impressed this morning to hear the toll of fallen peacekeepers from a country like Bangladesh. And I had a discussion with the representative during the lunch break. It's very impressive. And of course, most of us, unfortunately, had to suffer this kind of fatalities during PKOs. As much as it requires indeed to adapt to all contemporary challenges, and as much as it needs to increase its overall efficiency, peacekeeping keeps on showing its relevance and credibility in various locations where it is deployed. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO plays a crucial role in protecting civilians from armed groups in the areas it operates in the east of the country. In the Central African Republic, MINUSCA has importantly contributed to extend state authority and improving security in close collaboration with the government. In Lebanon, UNIFIL delivers its overall support to the Lebanese Armed Forces mission to restore the state's monopoly on arms since the ceasefire in November last year. The United Nations organization, as a universal and inclusive multilateral body, should remain the sole, unique, legitimate forum for addressing the multifaceted international challenges and crises. France remains determined to act and to support reform efforts, particularly within the framework of the Pact for the Future and UN80. And if I may, I know I am not betraying the French judge, not even the army chief's opinion, if I say that they would have expressed their agreement and their support to what the representative of the Fiji has brilliantly expressed this morning about the clarity and the robustness of the mandates. And he would also have voiced the same support to the 6 tracks to explore, as they were presented this morning as well by Ambassador Harish, the permanent representative to India. When it comes to consider the support and contribution of the French army, we will continue to provide troops to the UNIFIL in support of the Lebanese armed forces. And we are also committed to continue to deliver training and expertise activities to willing foreign partners aiming at enhancing their global performance and operational standards. France will remain committed to peacekeeping. So thank you again to India for that splendid hospitality and their inspiring leadership in the PKO, symbolized by the organization here in Delhi of this seminar. And I thank everyone for your attention.
Lieutenant General Goyce, thank you very much for sharing your resolve and that address. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of the Army Staff, Ghana, is represented by Brigadier General William Archibald Kwabia, and he has also been very magnanimous to send a video message for all of us.
The Chief of the Army Staff of India, delegation from the UN headquarters, colleague army chiefs and representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and privilege to be part of this pioneering Army Chiefs Conclave of United Nations troop contributing countries here in the historic city of New Delhi, as I will be joining the conclave soon. Let me first extend my deepest appreciation to the Chief of the Indian Army and the government of India for their vision and leadership in bringing us together to reflect on the future of peacekeeping. Ghana, like India and other troop contributing countries, share a long and cherished bond forged on the front lines of United Nations peacekeeping operations. Since the earliest deployments in the 1960s with the United Nations operations in Congo, our troops have served together in some of the most challenging theaters of conflict, offering them the opportunity of mutual understanding and bonding as peacekeepers. This bond has been strengthened over time through the participation of Ghanaian Army personnel in advanced training courses at Indian Army institutions. These exchanges have not only enhanced our professional skills, but also reinforced mutual trust, deepened operational understanding, and laid the firm foundations for enduring defense cooperation between our two nations. The theme for this conclave, capacity building and resource mobilization for sustainable peacekeeping operation, resonates deeply with Ghana's own aspirations. We are convinced that the effectiveness of peacekeeping rests on these three pillars. Firstly, preparedness through training and interoperability to ensure troops are not only well-equipped, but also well-trained to operate jointly across cultures and doctrines. By this, the Ghana Army is willing to make available its staff from the Department of Peacekeeping as observers to benchmark troop contributing countries' training and preparation for peacekeeping during their pre-deployment training, and then vice versa. Secondly, the availability of adequate resources and enablers in the areas of medical support, intelligence gathering, mobility, and technology is essential, without which mandates cannot be translated into meaningful actions. And thirdly, sustained partnerships between regional organizations and troop-contributing countries to share burdens equitably and innovate in the face of emerging threats. Colleague chiefs of army staff, as troop-contributing countries, we have a collective responsibility to raise our voices, share our experiences, and proffer practicable solutions to resolve the challenges confronting the future of peacekeeping. Ghana believes that through these fora, we can promote performance, accountability, and advocacy for the strategic resourcing of our troops. This will ensure that peacekeeping remains not only effective, but also inclusive, future-oriented, and ready, while certifying force protection measures for soldiers deployed in hostile environments. On behalf of the Ghana Army, I wish to assure you of our unwavering commitment to capacity building, gender inclusivity, and the adoption of modern technology to enhance operational efficiency. The success of peacekeeping operations depend on sustained collaboration between the United Nations Secretariat, host nation, and troop-contributed countries. We must collectively advocate for predictable financing, improved training standards, and equitable representation in peacekeeping decision-making. Once again, I express my appreciation to our host, the Indian Army, and its leadership in convening this very important summit. Thank you very much. God bless us.
Echoing the sentiment of togetherness, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to the Chief of the Army Staff, Ghana. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite on stage, with your kind applauses, Lieutenant General Fernando Paglialunga, the Chief of Personnel Employment Department, Italy.
Ambassador, Chief of the Armies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am very happy to attend today this event and to provide you with a very short description concerning the Italian Army contribution to UN military missions. It's a privilege for me to participate in this conclave, which represents a great opportunity for the United Nations community to discuss and exchange experience, especially in light of current global challenges. A special thank to the Indian Army for promoting this event and for arranging this accurate program. Now let me underline the importance that Italy assigns to the UN operations and missions. The UN peacekeeping operation play a crucial role in mitigating conflicts and fostering conditions for lasting peace. By deploying peacekeepers in conflict zone, UN had to prevent escalation and protect vulnerable populations. UN missions around the globe contribute as well to know each other and to create very often excellent opportunity for cooperation both at a bilateral level and multilateral level. Italy is fully engaged in the UN peacekeeping mission as first Western contributing country for a long time. According to the experience on the ground, Italian army firmly believes that the presence of UN peacekeepers serve as deterrent against violence, creating the foundation for long-term peace building. In the Middle East, in Lebanon, Italy is the second contributing nation for the Operation UNIFIL. Currently, Italy is providing a brigade-level unit responsible for the Sector West, one of the two sectors south of the Litani River, with about 1,000 troops deployed in the Joint Task Force Lebanon Sector West. Despite the stop of the hostilities announced last November, as already said by the French colleague, the situation remains very complex. However, the mission is proceeding in line with the UN mandate. Last June, Italy has taken the position of head of the mission and force commander with Major General Abagnale. Of note, last August, the UN Security Council has renewed the mission mandate until the 31st December 2026, and then, starting from this date, an orderly, safe drawdown and withdrawal will start until the 31st December 2027, when the UNIFIL mission will finish and security in the southern Lebanon will be guaranteed by the Lebanese army. In Asia, Italian army takes part in the UN military observer group in India and Pakistan with some observers, while in Africa we contribute to MINURSO mission Western Sahara to guarantee the mandate of the mission. Finally, the Italian army also contributes to UN peacekeeping capability readiness system. In this regard, the Italian army guarantees a pool of forces for the United Nations peacekeeping capability readiness system for an amount of 1,000 troops. In conclusion, Italy firmly believes that UN plays a crucial role in ensuring international peace and security all around the world. We know how difficult it is nowadays to keep the current UN contingents around the world at the right level of engagement and at the right level of security and safety. Some of you have already stressed different elements that can jeopardize the missions, like the lack of enablers, national caveats, or decreasing interest from some country to contribute. But we must insist, we must remain optimistic, and for sure my country will continue to support the UN efforts. Thank you so much.
Lieutenant General Peglia Lunga, thank you very much for speaking to us at this multilateral significant event, I must say. With that, as we continue, I would request the speakers seated towards the left of this hall, if they may please wish to, they may use the left lectern for their delivery. On that note, inviting our next speaker, Major General Muhammad Noor Hassan, the Deputy Army Commander, Kenya Defense Forces. We welcome you heartily.
Ambassador Harish, Chiefs of Army Staff and their representatives, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you to address this conference. First and foremost, I want to register my utmost appreciation to our host for the warm hospitality the Kenya delegation has received from the Indian Army and the wonderful organization of this conference. Kenya Defense Forces appreciates the invite to this conference, to this momentous conference that brings together United Nations troop contributing countries. I bring greetings from the leadership of the Kenya Defense Forces and from Kenya in general. Kenya has had a long history of participation in peace support operations, dating back to 1979, when the first comprehensive participation in peacekeeping operations was in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. That was in 1979. Since then, Kenya has served in many UN and Organization of African Unity, now AU, peacekeeping missions, making her one of the leading troop contributing countries globally. From 1978 to date, over 55,000 Kenyan troops have participated in various PSOs, with several military officers being part of the top leadership. Currently, Kenya is involved in PSO in MONUSCO, DRC, in the form of a quick reaction company and a signals company. Kenya is also involved in the United Nations-backed multinational security support mission in Haiti, where a formed police unit is deployed. Under the African Union mission, one brigade is deployed in Somalia, that is in support of African Union Support and Stabilization Mission, AUSOM, in Somalia. As one of the world's longest troop contributing country, Kenya's experience has shown us that the future of peacekeeping depends not just on the number of troops, but fundamentally rethinking our approach to mandates, partnerships, and lasting political solutions, as well as adequate funding and adoption of engaging technologies. Our ongoing engagement in MONUSCO starkly illustrates the gap between United Nations Security Council resolutions and the realities on the ground, as demonstrated during the MONUSCO SRSG briefing to the UN Security Council on 30th September 2025. Key provisions for ceasefires and withdrawals remain unimplemented. The experience demands a shift from reactive peacekeeping to proactive peace enforcement and a wider mandate that includes cutting off illicit financial flows that fuel conflicts. Kenya's participation in PSO, like other nations, endeavors to promote regional peace and security, culminating in the promotion of international peace and cooperation in fulfillment of our international obligations towards global peace. Global political, social, and economic dynamics have impacted the operations of the UN amid reducing financial and material support from member states. Slow adaptation of technology, targeting of peacekeepers, misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation in the mission areas further exacerbate TCC challenges in mandate implementation. This conference could not have come at a better time, especially as ongoing peace operations like the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, AUSOM, have frequently faced budgetary constraints leading to reduced operational momentum. This calls on troop contributing countries to return to the drawing board and engage in candid discussion with the UN structures on active ways of funding the current and future peacekeeping operations. In conclusion, the credibility of multinational peacekeeping is challenged. Kenya stands ready to be a partner in this essential evolution from simply keeping the peace to decisively building it. We owe this not just to our troops, but to the millions of civilians whose sufferings were mandated to end. I thank you.
Major General Hassan, thank you very much for sharing your perspectives for the upcoming address. Join me in welcoming Brigadier General Rafi Dyson Alain Bernardin, Director of the Malagasy Armed Forces Staff College, Madagascar. Please welcome our next speaker.
Ambassador, Chiefs of Staff, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, it is with deep gratitude that I speak today on behalf of Major General Rakutorville Teramasnak Manatu, Minister of the Malagasy Armed Forces, who would have liked to attend this conclave in person but was delayed at the last minute due to the current situation in the country. Allow me first to warmly thank the Indian Army for its remarkable initiative and generous welcome to this city of New Delhi. Our two countries share the same ocean, the Indian Ocean, and it is widely recognized that India, as a nuclear power and a member of BRICS, is a guarantor of peace, security, and stability in the region. Madagascar, an island on the Indian Ocean, is a country rich in cultural diversity, natural resources, and unique history. Despite the socioeconomic challenge we face, our nation remains resolutely focused on peace, stability, and sustainable development. Our armed forces, in their primary mission of defending the territory and supporting the population, are committed to a dynamic of professionalization and gradual modernization. The Republic of Madagascar closely follows international peacekeeping efforts, with a battalion trained for peacekeeping missions. The recon battalion we commend the founding principles of the United Nations and recognize the essential role of peace operations in conflict prevention and civilian protection. Although our direct contribution to peacekeeping mission remain limited to that, such as the deployment of military observers in Darfur and individual police unit in Haiti. Serve values and their leaders committed solidarity, collective security, and respect for state sovereignty. This conclave represents a valuable opportunity for Madagascar to listen, learn, and better understand the operational realities of troops contributing countries. The exchange of experience, strategic reflections, and perspectives shared here inform our long-term vision. We are convinced that peace can only be sustainable if it is inclusive, cooperative, and based on dialogue. In this spirit, Madagascar is open to cooperations with all countries represented here and reaffirms its willingness to remain open to discussion and initiatives aimed at strengthening the capacities of states in the context of peacekeeping operations. We are here to express our interest, our respect for collective efforts, and our willingness to explore avenues of collaboration with respecting our national priorities. I thank you for attention, and on behalf of Malagasy Army, send your most respectful greetings.
Brigadier General Bernardin, thank you very much for speaking to us. With that, Major General Dato H.J. Fazal bin H.J. Abdul Rahman from the 2nd Malaysian Infantry Division Commander will now take up the stage. Let's welcome him with warmth and appreciation, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency Ambassador P. Harish, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, Indian Army, respective Chief of Armies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin by bowing our heads in honor of the United Nations peacekeeping fallen heroes, men and women, military, police, and civilian, who stood in the gap between war and peace, who gave their life so that others might live without fear. Their sacrifice is a silent legacy to humanity's enduring hope. Al-Fatiha. We also wish safe deployments and steadfast courage to all peacekeepers serving in the field today, particularly as the threat environment has grown more complex and dangerous than ever before. It is a distinct honor for us to represent the Chief of the Malaysian Army and to join this distinguished gathering here in New Delhi, India. We thank the Government of India and Indian Army for your leadership, for its gracious hospitality, and for providing this important platform to reflect on the way ahead for UN peacekeeping operations. Ladies and gentlemen, for more than 7 decades, UN peacekeeping has stood as one of humanity's most powerful expressions of hope, where the belief that peace, though fragile, can be protected when nations stand together. Yet today, peace is under pressure. The world is at an inflection point. Geopolitical divisions are deepening. New technologies are being weaponized. Civic spaces are shrinking. And the effect of climate change are multiplying humanitarian crises. The Secretary General's new agenda for peace reminds us that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of trust, solidarity, and universality. And the 2025 Berlin Minister reaffirmed our shared commitment to make UN peacekeeping more adaptive, inclusive, and future-ready. But the question is, in a fractured world, how do we make peacekeeping not just resilient, but transformative? Distinguished chiefs, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia strongly believes that despite these challenges, peacekeeping remains a unique and indispensable instrument for preventing, managing, and limiting conflict, combining legitimacy, experience, and the spirit of multilateral burden sharing. Allow me to share 3 reflections that guide Malaysia's visions for future of UN peacekeeping. First, clarity of purpose. Peacekeeping must remain anchored to achievable mandates that support political solutions. Mandates must be realistic, clearly prioritized, and developed in a consultation with host nation and troop contributing countries. The 3 core principles of peacekeeping, consent of the parties, impartialities, and the non-use of force except in self-defense or defense of the mandate must continue to guide our actions. On the same note, the safety and security of deployed UN peacekeepers are of paramount importance. Every effort must be made to ensure that they are protected from both direct attacks and collateral damage. We must uphold our commitment to these principles and safeguard those who serve under the UN flag in the pursuit of peace. Second, safety, technology, and preparedness. Our peacekeepers operate in increasingly complex and volatile environments. To protect them is to protect the mission. We must invest in technology and not for its novelty, but for its necessity, which to enhance situational awareness, medical support, and communication. Artificial intelligence, unmanned system, and telemedicine, when used responsibly, can transform how missions protect both civilian and peacekeepers. Malaysia welcomes initiatives that strengthen training, resilience, and environmental management in peacekeeping operation. We support efforts to transition towards renewable energy systems, reducing risk, lowering cost, and contributing to sustainability goals. Third, inclusivity and partnership. We cannot achieve peace without inclusion. Women and youth must not only be protected, but they must be empowered as agents of peace. Malaysia is proud that 11% of our deployed peacekeepers today are women, and we are committed to increasing that number. We reaffirm our support for Security Council Resolution 2538 on women in peacekeeping, and we recognize that diverse teams build stronger trust with local communities. We also believe deeper cooperation between the United Nations and regional organizations as envisioned in Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. Strong regional partnership, particularly between the UN and the regional organizations such as ASEAN, African Union, and others, are essential to sustaining peace and sharing responsibility. Distinguished participants, since 1960, more than 40,000 Malaysians have served in 38 UN missions, carrying our nation's value of discipline, professionalism, and compassion into some of the world's most difficult theaters. Their service is our proudest contribution to humanity. Looking ahead, Malaysia supports the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping and the Pact for the Future. We must ensure peace operations are equipped with confront the realities of our time, from disinformation and cyber threats to humanitarian impact of climate change. Above all, we must remember that peacekeeping is not an end itself, but a bridge from war to peace, from despair to dignity. On behalf of the Chief of Malaysian Army, I again express our deepest appreciation to the government and the Chief of Army Staff and his men and women for their warmth and leadership in advancing this noble cause. Together, let us renew collectively faith in peace and in those who wear the blue helmet, for they represent not only the best of our nations, but the best of what humanity can be. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Shukriya, Major General Rahman. Thank you to you, and here's wishing more power to all of us. With that, Major General Abdul Krim Najjar from Moroccan Armed Forces is now invited to the dais to speak about the way ahead for United Nations peacekeeping operations. That is the pivotal topic of our plenary session. Over to you, sir, and a very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Honorable assistants, Your Excellency, distinguished general officers, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to represent the Royal Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Morocco at the proceedings of this first conclave. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank and congratulate the government of India and the Indian Army for the warm welcome and the organization of this event, as well as for the pertinent choice of the theme, and it's a great honor so as to be here. The Kingdom of Morocco has always responded favorably to calls from the international community to prevent conflicts and restore peace and security throughout the world, whether under the auspices of UN in partnership or following a bilateral agreement. So, I will give you an overview of my country's history of participation in peace operation and its background, the result of long-standing experience, and finally, the prospects and adaptations needed to better understand the future. The concept of peace and security is at the very heart of the Moroccan Constitution, Article 3 of the preamble of which states, "The Kingdom of Morocco reaffirms its commitment to universally recognized human rights and its determination to work to preserve peace and security in the world." The Royal Armed Forces' participation in peace operations is therefore based first and foremost on a solid constitutional foundation. Peace operations are also an ancestral practice in Moroccan history, dating back to World War I, World War II, through the restoration of peace and stability to help end other conflicts around the world. These operations are therefore an extension of diplomatic efforts and reflects the Kingdoms of Morocco international commitment in accordance with the High Royal Guidelines. They are also a strategic choice stemming from the political will to resolve conflicts peacefully, which are always conducted in accordance with a clear doctrinal framework that governs respect for the integrity and sovereignty of states. With this foundation as its guide, Morocco has led several deployments of Moroccan troops. In the first Peking mission were naturally deployed in Africa. Thus, on our continent, the Royal Armed Forces have participated since 1960, more than 65 years, and continue to participate in numerous UN missions, and the list is very long. We have also carried out deployment of the American continent in Haiti in 2024, and the Moroccan contingent was deployed to restore security and the political stability as part of the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti, MINUSTA. The Royal Armed Forces also contribute to with contingent on European soil under NATO auspice, and Moroccan soldiers joined the stabilization force in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Kosovo. In the Middle East, and recently from the adoption of Security Council resolution in 2012 on the Syrian crisis, around 20 Moroccan military observers participate in the United Nations Supervision Mission. Today, and actually, Morocco has deployed a rapid deployment battalion, a level 2, medical unit, a NIMET within MONUSCO. It also has a UN battalion within MINUSCA. In addition, staff and MILOBs are present within different missions. And in short, we are currently now the 9th TCC in the world. Finally, Morocco has earned a reputation of courage and dedication within a total of 70 martyrs who have fallen in the service of international peace and security. 70. Within that being said, the international community and the Kingdom of Morocco are observing with great interest the current debate that questions the credibility and the usefulness of peace operations which face different challenges. It is clear that we have reached a turning point in the history of peace operation that requires careful consideration and the commitment of all to win tomorrow's battles. Therefore, adaptation is necessary at all levels, and this adaptation requires realistic mandates, appropriate structure, and an inclusive approach. UN mandates must prioritize new types of mission aimed at supporting sustainable nation reforms through effective DDR, the SSR, decentralization, and also institutional resilience and building process. In this context, a partnership framework and coordinating mechanism must be established through hybrid ad hoc or sequenced deployment with logistic technology support, knowledge transfer via specialized academies or joint exercises, promotion and awareness of the gender equality, facilitation to access to alternative financial instruments to support UN authorized mission carried out in the field by regional partners. Similarly, environmental protection in relation to armed conflicts, as well as the strengthening of environment standards within contingent and measures to be taken in the field of environment management and protection should be consolidated. With a view to strengthening capacities for sustainable peacekeeping and in execution of the High Royal Instruction, Morocco has created a Center of Excellence for Peace Operation Training. The center's mission is to provide the best possible training for military, police, and civilian personnel, both national and international, who are called upon to serve in a complex, multidimensional environment. In conclusion, under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, Supreme Commander and Chief of General Staff of the Royal Armed Forces, Morocco reaffirms its commitment to continue and expanding its contribution to peace operation with recognized experience and claimed operational discipline. Morocco remains a commitment player in the search for lasting peace, provided that mandates respect the sovereignty of host countries and are adapted to the realities on the ground. The objective remains the same: contributing to global peace and stability, protect civilian population, and promote effective and credible multilateralism. Distinguished generals, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and thank you for organizing this event. Thank you.
Major General Nisro, thank you so much for your thought-provoking address indeed. That definitely helps us stride forward as we do now invite on stage Major General Kevin Obiozele Aligbe, Commander Training and Doctrine, Command, Nigerian Army. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
You are making me look important. Your Excellency, Ambassador P. Harris, Chiefs of Army Staff, Vice Chiefs, leaders of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you felicitations from the Chief of Army Staff, officers, and soldiers of the Nigerian Army. So permit me to adopt all the kind words offered in honor of the chief host and convener of this conclave, General Upendra Dwivedi, the Chief of Army Staff of Indian Army. Nigeria's participation in United Nations peacekeeping operations dates back to the period before the nation's independence. In 1948, the colonial government in Nigeria drafted members of the Nigerian regiment that later metamorphosed into the Nigerian Army to the Gold Coast, now Ghana, to help contain the widespread disturbance in the country caused by demonstrating ex-service union in Accra. Shortly after independence in 1960, Nigeria committed to the United Nations troop contributing countries by participating in its first peacekeeping operations in the Congo, now the Democratic Republic of Congo. The performance of the troops endeared them to the international community, and since then, Nigeria has been regarded as a reliable partner in global peacekeeping. As of September this year, 2025, Nigeria has participated in about 54 peacekeeping operations globally. At the sub-regional level, Nigeria, under the auspices of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, orchestrated the restoration of peace and security in Liberia and Sierra Leone, while currently doing the same in the Gambia and Guinea-Bissau. In other parts of Africa, Nigerian troops were involved in the peacekeeping operations in Chad, Mali, Sudan, and at the moment actively involved in the peace efforts in United Nations Security Force in Abyei region. Same is true of UNIFIL in Lebanon, UNPROFOR in former Yugoslavia, and Kuwait. Despite the United Nations efforts, current global phenomena of durable disorder manifesting in multidimensional and mutating threats call for more intentional and sustainable approaches to peacekeeping operations. At the very heart of this call lies capacity building and resourcing sustainable approaches to contemporary peacekeeping operations. Thus, the appropriateness of the theme for this conclave, capacity building and resource mobilization for peacekeeping operations. My aim is to highlight Nigeria's training and position on resource mobilization for peacekeeping operations with a view to making a recommendation. Nigeria remains a strong contributor of troops to United Nations peacekeeping, having participated in about 54 of United Nations operations since 1960 in order to sustain her historical commitment as a nation that has a long and proud history of participation in United Nations peacekeeping. In regional leadership, Nigeria is committed to regional security initiatives such as the Multinational Joint Task Force, which addresses insurgency and violent extremism. Part of our recent pledges and declarations is the reaffirmed commitment in the May 2025 when the Nigeria's Minister of Defense, Muhammadu Badaru Abubakar, conveyed the nation's commitment to United Nations peacekeeping efforts at a United Nations interministerial meeting. On pledges to the peacekeeping capability readiness system, Nigeria has made renewed pledges to the United Nations peacekeeping capability readiness, showcasing its dedication to enhancing global peacekeeping efforts. Nigeria is in its forefront of the United Nations advocacy and future aspirations. The country has therefore made her intention known as a country seeking for the United Nations Security Council seat, using its extensive contribution to global peace and security as a primary argument for its bid for a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while making reference to focus on values and ideas, emphasized that while military tactics address immediate threats, the ultimate victory in long-term conflict comes from promoting values and ideas, highlighting Nigeria's commitment to long-term peace. With regards to training, currently efforts of the Nigerian Armed Forces remains focused on preparation of personnel for possible deployment to United Nations peacekeeping as part of her contributions to world peace and security. The effort is centered on training and capacity building. The Martin Luther Agwai International Leadership and Peacekeeping Center, Jaji, Nigeria, a United Nations accredited center of excellence, regularly conducts comprehensive United Nations peacekeeping and leadership training programs for prospective peacekeepers, both military and civilians. Sometimes the center collaborates with the government of Japan through the United Nations Development Program for sponsorship of courses. Notably also, the Martin Luther Agwai International Leadership and Peacekeeping Center, through Army Headquarters, partners with the Lair Institute for Children, Peace and Security, Canada, to train participants from the armed forces of Nigeria, paramilitary forces, organizations, ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as non-governmental organizations, on prevention of the recruitment and use of children for armed conflicts. Details of units trained in the last 2 years, I'll just summarize them. We have a company in South Sudan, another company in the Gambia, a company in Guinea-Bissau, same for 2025. And under United Nations Development Program sponsored courses, we have comprehensive protection of civilian costs, country violence costs, anti-piracy costs, and foreign partners that have participated include participants from Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, Sierra Leone, Mali, Niger, the Gambia, Cameroon, and Liberia. In order to achieve its core mandate of ensuring quality redeployment and peacekeeping training with accreditation from the United Nations and approver of the Nigerian Army Training and Doctrine Command and the Army Headquarters Department of Army Training, the center conducts two main categories of training, which are the collective pre-deployment training for military and paramilitary personnel, earmarked for peacekeeping operations on weapon handling, rules of engagement, sexual exploitation and abuse awareness, protection of civilians, rescue missions, leadership development, driving and maintenance, country-violent extremism, among others. Secondly, individual specialist peacekeeping operations courses for members of the armed forces, paramilitary agencies, police, and civilians from ministry departments and agencies, as well as non-governmental organizations, to prepare them for contemporary challenges in the field during peacekeeping operations. Some of the courses include disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration courses, military observers course, and staff officers in peace support operations course, among others. The maximum number of participants for each of these courses is about 30. So, the Martin Luther Aguirre International Leadership and Peacekeeping Center has trained close to 150,000 troops on pre-deployment training and over 6,000 persons on individual special courses. The details are contained in the document I'm going to hand over to the rapporteur. On resource mobilization for peacekeeping, the United Nations Resource Mobilization for Peacekeeping Operations covers management of human, financial, and material resources through a common framework and coordinated strategies. The extant practice includes utilizing a common budgetary framework, establishing partnerships, and coordinating fundraising efforts to ensure missions have the necessary resources to operate effectively, while also focusing on efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Given the characteristics of conflict in different parts of the world, particularly in the Global South, sub-regional efforts in consonance with UN chapters 5, 6, 7 may derive funding from a willing lead partner. A case in point was the role played by Nigeria in single-handedly funding the ECOMOG operations in Liberia and Sierra Leone to the tune of over $8 billion in the 1990s. Similarly, Nigeria is principally funding the multinational joint task force operations to combat Boko Haram terrorist activities that affect parts of the Republic of Benin, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and of course Nigeria itself. Such efforts deserve budgetary support from the United Nations coffers to ensure security and stabilization operations are effectively sustained. In conclusion, the Nigerian Army, as part of the larger armed forces of Nigeria, is fully committed to global peace endeavors through the instrumentalities of the United Nations, as well as such other regional arrangements. With 65 years of active participation as troop contributing country, Nigerian Army has developed local capacity to train peacekeepers while subscribing to overseas opportunities whenever available. Moving forward, it will be the most beneficial for the United Nations to be more intentional in providing additional funding to sub-regional and regional peacekeeping efforts. I would therefore like to recommend that this Army Chiefs Conclave of the United Nations Troops Contributing Countries make a strong case for more deliberate funding for sub-regional and regional efforts at peacekeeping operations in consonance with the United Nations Charter. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Major General Eligby, thank you very much for your enterprising as well as informative address. Thank you so much for being very kind. And with that, Major General Alex Kagame, the Rwanda Reserve Force Chief of Staff, may we humbly request you to please render your thoughts now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next speaker.
Your Excellency the Ambassador, Chief of the Indian Army, General Upendra Devinda, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a great honor for me to address this inaugural conclave of United Nations troop contributing countries. Rwanda is proud to stand among the nations committing the global peace to security, and will remain resolute in our duty to serve humanity whenever the call arises. The theme for this conclave is capacity building and resource mobilization for a sustainable keeping operations. It is very timely as it speaks directly to the challenges and opportunities we face in ensuring effective peacekeeping. Rwanda is currently the second largest contributor of troops to UN peacekeeping operations globally, and the largest in Africa, with almost 6,000 personnel deployed under UN mandate in South Sudan and the Central African Republic. Our peacekeepers are guided and inspired by steadfast commitment to protect civilians. This principle is enshrined in the Kigali Principles on Protection of Civilians of 2015. This guiding doctrine is not just a policy. It is a moral and operational compass that shapes the conduct of our soldiers in every mission. To empower our troops and enable them to fulfill their mandate effectively, we must ensure that peacekeepers are adequately equipped, trained, and resourced to protect civilians facing imminent danger. This requires fresh thinking on financing mechanism and resource mobilization. Therefore, I would like to propose a few approaches that could enhance our collective capacity. First, we should ensure support for rapid regional and bilateral interventions. Operations that enjoy broader acceptance, such as Rwanda's bilateral deployment in Mozambique and the Central African Republic, demonstrates the effectiveness of timely action. Regional and bilateral peace support interventions must be allowed to access peacekeeping financing, respond to immediately, while long-term UN-led stabilization efforts are planned. Second, sustaining the deployment peace support operations mission to the end must be maintained. Once UN peacekeepers are in place and succeed in stabilizing a situation, we must carefully consider how to maintain operational momentum. Insufficient support undermines both the mission and the credibility of the entire UN peacekeeping phenomenon. Sustaining financing and robust logistical support are therefore indispensable. Last, in order to achieve that, we must adopt innovative financing mechanism, long-term funding, commitment, sharing the financing burden, and subjecting funding to operational readiness can ensure troops and are never sustained by financial gaps when people's lives are at stake. The revitalization of African Union Peace Fund is a clear example that demonstrates how fundamental reforms are possible when there is a will. We must dare to explore broader and creative approaches, encouraging all stakeholders to share responsibilities in financing peacekeeping mission effectively and sustainably. In conclusion, let us recall the success of peacekeeping operations depend not only on the courage and the professionalism of our soldiers, but equally on the commitment of the international community to empower them fully. Let us work together to ensure the peacekeepers are not only deployed, but also sustained and enabled to succeed. We want also to take this opportunity for thanking the government of India for the invitation and for hosting this important event. I thank you.
Major General Kagame, thank you so much for your very purposeful address. We must say thank you once again. With that, I now humbly call upon to the stage Lieutenant General Maguette Ndiaye, the Deputy Chief of Defense, Senegal. Indeed, a hearty welcome to our next speaker. Thank you for joining us.
Excellence, ambassadeur Pierre, représentant permanent de l'Inde aux Nations Unies, Monsieur le Général, chef d'état-major de l'armée de terre indienne, distingués chefs d'état-major et autres représentants des pays contributeurs de troupes, chers frères d'armes, en vos titres, grades et qualités. Permettez-moi de commencer par exprimer la gratitude du Sénégal au gouvernement de l'Inde pour l'organisation de cette rencontre. L'Inde, comme le Sénégal, fait partie des nations qui ont payé de leur sang et de leur constance la crédibilité du maintien de la paix. Nous sommes honorés de prendre part à ce conclave en terre amie avec la conviction que les voix des pays contributeurs de troupes doivent résonner avec force et lucidité. Dès 1960, à peine quelques semaines après son indépendance, le Sénégal engageait un bataillon dans l'opération des Nations Unies au Congo. Ce premier déploiement n'était pas seulement un acte fondateur, il marquait la volonté d'un jeune État d'assumer ses responsabilités face à l'histoire. Depuis lors, plus de 60 000 soldats sénégalais ont servi sous la bannière des Nations Unies, à travers une cinquantaine d'opérations sur 5 continents. Cette fidélité dans la durée témoigne d'une constante. Pour le Sénégal, le maintien de la paix n'est pas une mission conjoncturelle. C'est une vocation structurelle, une part de notre identité militaire et diplomatique. Aujourd'hui, pourtant, nous savons tous que les opérations de paix se trouvent confrontées à une équation nouvelle. En effet, les menaces se transforment. Guerre asymétrique, terrorisme transnational, manipulation informationnelle, retour à la haute intensité, pour n'en citer que quelques-unes des menaces les plus pernicieuses. Les mandats sont également devenus plus exigeants, alors que les ressources se raréfient. Dans certains théâtres, la légitimité des missions est même contestée par les populations locales. Dans ce contexte, la crédibilité des Nations Unies ne dépend plus seulement de la noblesse des résolutions, mais aussi de la capacité des troupes à se déployer vite, à se soutenir longtemps et à se conduire avec professionnalisme et exemplarité. C'est précisément là que les armées sénégalaises situe leur valeur ajoutée. Comme tous les TCCs ici représentés, nous inscrivons nos unités dans le Peacekeeping Capability Readiness System, PCRS. Mais pour nous, ce mécanisme n'est pas qu'une simple formalité. En vérité, il s'appuie sur une véritable doctrine nationale de génération de force et de projection. Les unités que nous proposons dans le PCRS, qu'il s'agisse de bataillons d'infanterie mécanisés ou motorisés, de forces de réaction rapide ou d'unités de génie ou de santé, sont non seulement déclarées, mais aussi configurées, entraînées et certifiées pour être projetées dans des délais réduits avec un niveau de cohésion et d'interopérabilité éprouvé. Pour le Sénégal, la disponibilité affichée sur le papier se traduit en disponibilité réelle. Cette exigence de préparation serait vaine si elle n'était pas accompagnée d'une logistique robuste. Les débats sur les country-owned equipment, les memorandum of understanding, les indemnisations des blessés et les remboursements ne sont pas secondaires dans la mesure où ils impactent positivement ou négativement le moral des troupes. Pour le Sénégal, la logistique ne se limite pas au flux matériel. Elle inclut ce que nous appelons la logistique humaine, c'est-à-dire la capacité à honorer nos morts, à soutenir nos blessés et à prendre en charge les cicatrices invisibles du combat. Lorsqu'une famille attend des années une indemnisation, lorsqu'un soldat marqué par un stress post-traumatique n'est pas accompagné, ce n'est pas seulement une injustice, c'est un affaiblissement opérationnel. Car un soldat qui doute de la redevabilité de l'institution combat avec résignation, alors qu'un soldat soutenu combat avec conviction. Voilà pourquoi nous affirmons que ces mécanismes doivent être considérés comme un centre de gravité stratégique du maintien de la paix. De la préparation opérationnelle à la logistique humaine, de la discipline éthique à la protection des troupes, les armées sénégalaises ont toujours considéré que le succès d'une mission ne se juge pas uniquement à l'efficacité tactique. Sa véritable valeur se mesure dans sa capacité à s'inscrire dans la durée, à renforcer la résilience des forces et à gagner la confiance des populations et des forces vives du pays hôte. C'est pourquoi nous avons fait de la prévention des abus et de l'exploitation sexuelle une ligne rouge. Pour nous, la discipline est une condition essentielle du succès stratégique. Une mission respectée est une mission protégée. Une mission protégée est une mission efficace. Mesdames et messieurs, il est important de rappeler une évidence. Les pays du Sud fournissent la majorité des casques bleus, subissent les pertes les plus lourdes et affrontent les réalités les plus implacables sur les théâtres d'opération. Pourtant, leurs voix ne sont pas toujours entendues à la hauteur de leurs sacrifices. Le Sénégal estime qu'il est temps de rééquilibrer en adoptant les standards aux besoins réels des engagements opérationnels contemporains, qu'il s'agisse de mobilité protégée, de lutte contre les engins explosifs improvisés, de guerre électronique, de protection anti-drone, de communication sécurisée, en optimisant le processus de remboursement pour plus de célérité et en associant davantage les TCCs dans la conception des mandats qui engagent leurs soldats et leur crédibilité. Car la solidarité internationale ne se mesure pas uniquement à travers des résolutions, mais elle se manifeste également sous d'autres formes, dont le partage de l'effort et la reconnaissance des sacrifices consentis. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers frères d'armes, le maintien de la paix n'est pas condamné à l'impuissance. Il est à un tournant qu'on pourrait qualifier de décisif. Si nous savons conjuguer innovation et discipline, logistique, matériel et soutien humain, responsabilité nationale et solidarité internationale, alors nous aurons préservé une idée essentielle, celle qu'une communauté des nations unies peut et doit protéger les peuples au-delà des frontières et des intérêts particuliers, en offrant des conditions optimales de réussite à ceux et celles qui risquent leur vie tous les jours au service de la paix. Pour terminer, je réaffirme l'engagement indéfectible du Sénégal à continuer à préparer nos forces à servir l'humanité par la paix partout où le devoir les appelle. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Major General India Day, thank you so much for your powerful address. And with that, the penultimate address is by Major General Konpon Wanakemon, Director of the Office of Policy and Plans, Directorate of Operations, Royal Thailand Army. We request the Speaker to please take charge.
ท่านผู้บัญชาการทหารบกอินเดียท่านผู้นำคณะผู้แทนและผู้ร่วมงานที่เคารพทุกท่านกระผมรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติอย่างยิ่งที่ได้มาร่วมประชุมอันทรงเกียรติและมีความหมายแห่งนี้ณกรุงนิวเดลีก่อนอื่นกระผมขอแสดงความยินดีและชื่นชมประเทศอินเดียและกองทัพบกอินเดียที่ได้เป็นเจ้าภาพจัดการประชุมในครั้งนี้บทบาทของอินเดียในฐานะประเทศที่สนับสนุนกำลังพลต่อภารกิจรักษาสันติภาพที่มากที่สุดในโลกนั้นคือเครื่องพิสูจน์ถึงความมุ่งมั่นอย่างแน่วแน่และมั่นคงในการดำรงไว้ซึ่งภารกิจรักษาสันติภาพและความมั่นคงระหว่างประเทศการประชุมในครั้งนี้เกิดขึ้นในช่วงเวลาอันสำคัญยิ่งซึ่งสอดคล้องกับจุดยืนของประเทศไทยในเวทีสหประชาชาติที่ยืนยันถึงหลักการสำคัญว่าการแก้ไขความท้าทายระดับโลกนั้นจำเป็นต้องอาศัยความร่วมมือระดับภาคีที่แข็งแรงและการทำงานร่วมกันอย่างจริงจังของทุกประเทศที่สนับสนุนกำลังพลในภารกิจรักษาสันติภาพกองทัพบกไทยในฐานะผู้สนับสนุนกำลังพล ต่อภารกิจรักษาสันติภาพของสหประชาชาติมาอย่างยาวนานและต่อเนื่องมากว่า7 ทศวรรษกองทัพบกไทยได้ส่งกำลังพลผู้เชี่ยวชาญเข้าร่วมใน18ภารกิจทั่วโลกประสบการณ์ที่สั่งสมมานี้ได้ยกระดับให้เราเป็นหุ้นส่วนสำคัญในเชิงยุทธศาสตร์ที่จริงจังและทรงคุณค่าในการขับเคลื่อนวาระสำคัญของการประชุมในครั้งนี้นั่นคือการเสริมสร้างขีดความสามารถและการระดมทรัพยากรเพื่อให้การรักษาสันติภาพของสหประชาชาติก้าวไปสู่ความยั่งยืนอย่างแท้จริงกองทัพบกไทยเชื่อว่าการเสริมสร้างขีดความสามารถต้องมีความยืดหยุ่นและสามารถตอบโจทย์ต่อความจำเป็นด้านยุทธการในการปฏิบัติภารกิจจริงดังเช่นการสนับสนุนกองร้อยฐานช่างในภารกิจอันมิสณสาธารณรัฐเซาท์ซูดานที่กำลังพลของเราได้นำทักษะทางการช่างสนามมาสร้างและซ่อมแซมเส้นทางคมนาคมการดำเนินการนี้เป็นการเสริมสร้างขีดความสามารถทางยุทธการที่สำคัญเป็นอย่างยิ่งให้แก่ภารกิจและเป็นเส้นเลือดสำคัญในการลำเลียงความช่วยเหลือด้านมนุษยธรรมในพื้นที่ปฏิบัติการการปฏิบัติการนี้เป็นตัวอย่างที่ชัดเจนของการเสริมสร้างขีดความสามารถในทางยุทธการซึ่งเป็นการเสริมสร้างขีดความสามารถที่สำคัญยิ่งแก่ภารกิจและช่วยให้การส่งมอบการช่วยเหลือด้านมนุษยธรรมในพื้นที่เป็นไปอย่างมีประสิทธิภาพกองทัพบกไทยมุ่งมั่นที่จะใช้ทรัพยากรมนุษย์อย่างเต็มศักยภาพด้วยการส่งเสริมความเท่าเทียมทางเพศในการปฏิบัติภารกิจรักษาสันติภาพทั้งนี้สอดคล้องกับหลักการของความยุติธรรมและความเท่าเทียมที่เรายึดมั่นการเพิ่มบทบาทของทหารหญิงจึงเป็นปัจจัยสำคัญในการเสริมสร้างสันติภาพที่ครอบคลุมและทำให้การปฏิบัติภารกิจปฏิบัติงานตอบสนองต่อความต้องการของพลเรือนในพื้นที่ได้อย่างยั่งยืนความมุ่งมั่นดังกล่าวได้ปรากฏอย่างชัดเจนในกองร้อยฐานช่างณสาธารณรัฐเซาท์ซูดานที่เราได้บรรจุกำลังพลทหารหญิงเข้าร่วมภารกิจโดยกำลังพลเหล่านี้ไม่ได้เป็นเพียงแค่ส่วนเสริมแต่ได้มีบทบาทสำคัญในการปฏิบัติงานด้านวิศวกรรมและการประสานงานกับชุมชนท้องถิ่นทำให้ภารกิจของฐานช่างของเรานั้นมีความสมบูรณ์และมีประสิทธิภาพมากยิ่งขึ้นสุดท้ายนี้กองทัพบกไทยขอยืนยันอีกครั้งในจุดยืนที่จะเป็นสะพานเชื่อมและร่วมมือกับกองทัพบกอินเดียและทุกประเทศที่สนับสนุนกำลังพล ในภารกิจรักษาสันติภาพเพื่อแลกเปลี่ยนประสบการณ์ความรู้และทรัพยากรเพื่อขับเคลื่อนวิสัยทัศน์ของสหประชาชาติผมเชื่อมั่นว่าการรวมพลังในวันนี้จะนำไปสู่การรักษาสันติภาพที่เข้มแข็งมีประสิทธิภาพและสร้างอนาคตที่สงบสุขและยั่งยืนสำหรับประชาคมโลกต่อไปเราคือประเทศไทยดินแดนแห่งสันติภาพและมิตรภาพอันไม่มีวันสิ้นสุดเราเชื่อมั่นในพลังของความเคารพที่เชื่อมใจคนทั้งโลกให้เป็นหนึ่งเดียวกันขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Major General Vanakamon. And with that, for our final address, we would be inviting on stage Lieutenant General Pradeep Jung, KC, the Vice Chief of Army Staff, Nepali Army. Let's welcome our next speaker with a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, sir.
Chief of the Army Staff, Indian Army, General Upendra Dwivedi, Excellency, distinguished Army Chiefs, Head of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Chief of the Army Staff, Nepali Army, I would like to extend sincere gratitude to the Government of India and the Indian Army for the organizing this troops contributed countries Chiefs Conclave and for the kind invitation. As the Vice Chief of the Army Staff of Nepali Army, it is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering of UN officials, Army Chiefs, and representatives of member states. Since joining the United Nations, Nepal has remained a steadfast partner in peacekeeping. Over the past 6.5 decades, more than 160,000 Nepali Army personnel have served in 44 different UN missions. 74 of our brave soldiers have made the supreme sacrifices and 75 have been wounded. Today, Nepal stands proud as the leading TCC both in total deployment and in female participation, with around 6,000 personnel including over 580 women. We deeply appreciate the UN for its continued trust in Nepal and the Nepali Army. For nearly 8 decades, UN peacekeeping has been one of the most legitimate, credible, and cost-effective tools for maintaining global peace and security. Yet, today's environment is more complex than ever, marked by the asymmetric threats, weaponization of technologies, and manipulations of information, while global security dynamics further complicates the situation. Climate change, health crisis, and environmental degradation impose additional burden on missions. These challenges are further compounded by resource constraint and the ongoing liquidity crisis in the United Nations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the key question is how UN peacekeeping operation can navigate evolving challenges and remain effective. Mandate must be focused and supported by timely funding. Inclusive decision making is essential to ensure TCC's voice in critical decision. Missions must be people-centered, mobile, technology-enabled, and capable of rapid response. Above all, the safety and security of peacekeepers must always be paramount. Furthermore, initiatives such as Action for Peacekeeping Plus, gender integration, and environmental sustainability provide valuable guidelines to enhance performance, accountability, inclusivity, and partnership. After all, to remain relevant beyond its 80-year, peacekeeping must adapt and reimagine itself for modern operational landscape. TCC from background of UN peacekeeping mission, TCC form the backbone of UN peacekeeping, and we must prepare our forces for emerging challenges, Nepali Army has undertaken major initiative in this regard. Our pre-deployment training facilities and curricula have been upgraded. Nepal was one of the first troops contributing countries to introduce specialized training for female engagement teams. We are continuously upgrading our contingent-owned equipment and investing in modern technologies. Our telemedicine program, initiated in 2023, provides services to peacekeepers across 7 different medical specializations. We have begun adapting solar energy in field missions to reduce carbon footprint. Nepali Army prioritizes engagement with host nations and partners and stands ready to share knowledge and experiences to enhance collective peacekeeping capabilities. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we believe meaningful representation of TCCs at all levels of decision making, both at UN headquarters and in the field missions, is essential to foster genuine ownership and partnership. Contribution made in blood and sacrifice cannot be compared with those made in treasures. While we understand liquidity crisis may force mission adjustment, we firmly believe that UN headquarters will continue to exercise a fair, balanced and proportionate approach in such decisions. We must always remember that once hard-earned gains are lost, they are far more difficult and costly to regain, both in human lives and in resources. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the blue helmet represents hope, courage, and collective humanity. For peacekeeping to remain relevant, it must continue to evolve. Our shared responsibility is to ensure peacekeepers are empowered, protected, and supported to deliver on their noble mission. As one of the oldest and trusted partners in UN peacekeeping, Nepal reaffirms its enduring commitment to global peace and security. Thank you very much.
Lieutenant General Jung, thank you very much for your emphatic address, I must say. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if we reflect across the deep deliberations that have been made across the 3 plenary sessions, they do reaffirm our shared acknowledgement and our resolve to boost peacekeeping, security, and our collective security, along with cooperation under the banner of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we head for a short break. We reconvene in the same hall at 4:30 p.m. for a session on Operation Sindoor by the Deputy Chief of Army Staff Strategy from the Indian Army. We reconvene at 4:30 p.m. Thank you so much. operation to please settle down. And as we welcome back all of you, it is so rightly said, ladies and gentlemen, that an ounce of an action is worth a ton of theory. To brief us on Operation Sindoor, we will now invite a leader, ladies and gentlemen, who's always concerned with setting new benchmarks. With your kind applauses, may we warmly welcome the Deputy Chief of Army Staff Strategy from the Indian Army, who as Director General of Military Operations was the one who spearheaded the Operation Sindoor. Please welcome on stage Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai. General Ghai, a very, very warm welcome to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Ambassador P. Harish, the chiefs of the UN troop contributing countries, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me and a privilege to address this gathering of nations whose commitment to peace through the United Nations is a testament to our collective resolve to safeguard stability and humanity. Conferences such as this rightly focus on the principles, challenges, and future of peacekeeping. Yet, it is equally important to recognize that our understanding of peacekeeping must remain informed by the dynamics of recent conflicts. India, a long-standing and proud contributor to UN peacekeeping operations, has itself recently navigated through the complexities of modern conflict through Operation Sindoor. This was not a distant engagement. It was a direct response to evolving threats, complex operational environments, and our imperative to respond to the scourge of terrorism. By sharing our experience, India offers not only a military account but also operational insights and humanitarian lessons that are deeply relevant to shaping future peacekeeping doctrine. The challenges we encountered, the strategies we developed, and the outcomes achieved can contribute to refining our collective approach to security, resilience, and the protection of vulnerable communities. Today, as we turn our attention to Operation Sindoor, I urge you to look beyond tactical narratives and to consider how the lessons from this recent chapter in India's fight against terror can strengthen our joint capabilities and enhance the effectiveness of UN peacekeeping missions worldwide. In my interaction with some of my Foreign Service attaché friends last night during the ice-breaking dinner, I was also urged by some of them to speak about this, and that's why, while the conclave remains very much about peacekeeping, we did think it important and imperative to give everybody an insight into events that you're already well familiar with, but we thought we'll just highlight a few things. On the screen, ladies and gentlemen, is shown my mandate, and that is why I'm here to speak to you today. Can you just help me with this? Yeah, just click the video for me. Okay. Okay, now, we thought we'll put into perspective a little historical context. If you look at this graph, ladies and gentlemen, and it's in the late 80s that this problem started in Jammu and Kashmir. And as you can see, since then we've had more than 28,000 terror incidents. Since the 90s, we've had more than 100,000 people from the minorities that have been compelled to move out of Jammu and Kashmir, a migration of more than 60,000 families, and also 15,000 innocent civilians, and more than 3,000 security personnel have been killed. And it's very clear as to where this is coming from. Now, why I also chose to flash in front of you the historical context is that it is not as if Operation Sindoor happened overnight. If you take your mind back to the attack on our parliament back in 2001, we'd then been compelled to carry out some kind of a mobilization on our borders. We remained there for the better part of almost a year. Yet, at that point in time, wiser sense prevailed and we didn't take matters forward. If you take your mind back to 2016, where some of our security personnel were barbarically ambushed, some of their tents set on fire, we then resorted to an action which was yet in the vicinity of the line of control. Go take your mind back to 2019, we carried out a precision strike across the line of control and then restricted it to that. But this time, it was the intensity and the magnitude of the events that took place that we were compelled into the kind of action that you are now well familiar with. So what happened in Pahalgam? And where is Pahalgam? You see the little star on the map. It is, of course, a tourist attraction, one of the most beautiful places that you can visit. And having commanded, the 15 Corps in Kashmir myself, I can testify to that it'll probably be, if some of you've seen it, for others that haven't, amongst the most beautiful places that you can go to. Approximately 7,000 feet above mean sea level and replete with exquisite meadows and valleys. 30 million tourists, ladies and gentlemen, thronged Jammu and Kashmir last year, and many of these would have had Pahalgam on their itinerary. And yet, on the 22nd of April, terror came calling. And how? Sponsored terrorists from across the line of control killed 26 innocent tourists, singled them out, identified them, asked for the community that they came from, and shot them in cold blood in front of their families and loved ones. There were immediate claimers. This was glory, but yet when the Kashmir Resistance Front that claimed the attack initially realized that possibly matters had gone beyond their control, immediately later withdrew. And that, of course, follows a pattern. It set into motion a process. Everybody knew that a response was inevitable. But we took our time, ladies and gentlemen. The Chief of Army Staff has probably alluded to this in some of his exchanges with the media, that there was complete flexibility for the armed forces to carry out and prosecute the actions that followed. So between the 22nd of April and the night of the 6th and 7th of May, the actions that you see on your screen were evolving and unfolding. So we were appreciating enemy courses of action. We were prioritizing our targets. And I'll just speak in a moment about that. We carried out certain precautionary deployment on our borders to make sure that the enemy was deterred. And of course, there was a lot of inter-service government departments and agencies that were coordinating amongst themselves. The final selection of targets was carried out from a large number of targets that we that we kind of scrutinized. And of course, while all this was happening, there was a very harmonized and proactive information warfare campaign that was also unfolding. So when I speak about the targets, you can see 9 dots on the map in front of you. The ones in red are the ones that were engaged finally in the early hours of 7th of May by the Indian Army with its vectors, and the 2 in blue were engaged by the Indian Air Force. That is not to say that the Indian Navy was not involved in this process. Some of the vectors that were utilized, also some of the personnel that were manning those vectors came from the Indian Navy. They were very much part of the rehearsals and the coordination that was happening before these strikes were actually carried out. So it's very safe and very correct to say that it was very much a tri-service operation, and the strikes were precise to make sure that there was no collateral damage. So you're already familiar with these, but I've just the purple line that you see on the map is the line of control. So if you correlate the targets to that, it will tell you as to where exactly these are located. So out of the 9, 5 were located in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and this is the first of those. As you can see the effects before and after, and some high value targets that were eliminated. This is Kotli. This is opposite the Rajouri Minder sector of Jammu and Kashmir, for those of you who are familiar. The videos all of you have seen, ladies and gentlemen. Again near Kotli, and all of these targets were engaged by the Indian Army. And the vectors that we used were of course precision munitions, loiter munitions, and all part of the inventory of the Indian Army. Some weapons were indigenous, and some of course that we had from earlier times were ex-import. This is Bhimber. You can see the location on the map, and if you see the video here, you can see the mortar bomb coming out of the RPV. As we come further down, you can see now that this target is now shifted out of Punjab occupied Kashmir. And why I decided to show it to you on the map like this is because this was unprecedented. When I spoke about the historical context, ladies and gentlemen, every time we've been hit by terror, we've tried to be different. And therefore our actions have been different from those that we've carried out hitherto on previous occasions. And it was again different this time. And so we went into the heartland of Pakistan, and I think that's why we achieved the surprise that we did. We come down to Muridke, and this is of course the terror hub of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. That's the Indian Air Force strike you can see on the screen right on top. And of course the before and after pictures, some high value targets that we neutralized. All in all, I've said this earlier, in the strikes that we carried out in the early hours of 7th of May, more than 100 terrorists were neutralized. This is of course Bahawalpur. If you go back to the second star on the map, these are the Maxar images of before and after, and that is why I spoke of the precision. You can see on the right as to where the rockets and the missiles have gone through. There was of course, after all this had happened, a very blatant flaunting of the nexus, which I would say even surprised us. That caution had been thrown to the winds, and the picture says it all. Proscribed terrorist by the United Nations, leading a prayer service for those that had been killed, and the who's who from the Pakistan Army, no less than the GOC of the 4 Corps himself, attending the funeral ceremony, apart of course from many others that were prominent and were present that day. So, if you want to carry out an analysis of what happened and why it happened, the fact that the Pakistan Army and its chief were under duress at the time that this happened is known to everybody, and therefore there was a need for him to revive not only his image but that of the Pak Army itself. And I think the best way and the only way that is known to them was to do what they did, as cowardly as it may have been. And the inevitability of the Indian response, I think, was very much there if you were going to carry out this kind of an action in the manner that it was perpetrated. And of course, it doesn't take much to claim victory, especially when there hasn't been kinetic contact, and that was more a result because we were very clear as to what we were after. So we went after terrorists, and once that had been achieved, it wasn't our intention to escalate it unless compelled to do so. So there was also cross-border firing by Pakistan immediately once the terror targets were engaged. You can see the number of ceasefire violations on the top, and this carried on for a while. And at that point in time, if you recollect my media interaction, I'd said about 35 to 40 is what our estimate was. But the Pakistanis, possibly unwittingly, let out their awards list. I think last month it was on the 14th of August. The number of posthumous awards that they awarded suggests to us now that their casualties in the line of control were also in excess of 100. We of course responded to these. You can see some of the actions that were carried out on the line of control, and we were of course prepared for this. Often in a lot of exchanges on the media that I've seen some people suggest that we were after terror targets and therefore we were not prepared for the eventualities that would follow. I think that's very naive, and it's almost churlish to suggest that a professional army such as the Indian Army would go into this kind of an action not preparing for the contingencies. We had war gamed 4 to 5 steps ahead, and we knew that the Pakistanis were going to do this. So we went and hit them on the second layer, which is not something that they expected on the line of control, and that's why they had the number of casualties that they did.
Start, team, go, hey.
गिरा क्या? टॉर्च बंद कर यार।
Okay, so the drones came, and that was especially large numbers even after the 2 DGMOs had spoken, and I think it's only congenital and in the vein of the enemy that we have to go back on their word. And the drones came after the 2 DGMOs had spoken, and there was some kind of an understanding to cease hostilities. You saw some of those engagements, and you can see that retaliation, rockets, drones, I think everything was a dismal failure, and I think in large part to the very strong integrated air defense that we could put up. And you can see on the left that a variety and class of drones was utilized in an attempt to cause casualties and damage to men and material. But everything was a dismal failure. On the right, you can see one of the missiles that was utilized. So this, of course, then led us to swing the Indian Air Force into action, and in precision strikes that they carried out on the night of the 9th and 10th of May, now we hit 11 of their air bases, and of late I think the Air Chief has spoken about that. If you see, 8 air bases, 3 hangars and 4 radars were damaged. Pakistani air assets were destroyed on the ground. So we know for sure that one C-130 class of aircraft and one AEW, 4 to 5 fighter jets, and of course there were assets that were also destroyed in air. And we now know that the world's longest ever ground-to-air kill at 300 kilometers plus, and 5, of course, high-tech fighters. I think the impunity with which these attacks were carried out is what is significant. The Indian Navy was also very much in action, ladies and gentlemen, and this is possibly a fact that is not so well known, but the Navy had sailed into the Arabian Sea, and when the DGMO spoke, they were very well poised, and had the enemy decided to take it any further, it could have been catastrophic for them, not only from the sea but from other dimensions as well. The perpetrators of the attack at Pahalgam, and the Indian Army will chase them to the depths of hell, and we did. It took us 96 days, but we did not let them rest. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, when these 3 were found and terminated clinically, it seemed as if they were exhausted of running, and they also seemed very malnourished. So we kept them relentlessly under pressure. It also suggests to you as to how difficult counter-terrorist operations can be in a place like Jammu and Kashmir. Often people can turn around and tell you that where have they vanished, but it is sometimes like searching for a needle in a haystack. And while it may seem very simple to the non-discerning and those that are not initiated, but these things take time. Generating intelligence can take a while, but as you can see, the Home Minister has spoken about this in the Indian Parliament. They were eliminated, and justice was yet again served. There has been a doctrinal shift in our strategy against terror. Our Prime Minister has spoken about it, and these are the 3 things he said: that terror attacks are an act of war, and therefore there will be decisive retaliation. We will not succumb to nuclear blackmail, and there is no distinction between terrorists and their sponsors. So if I was to just encapsulate this whole operation, 88 hours is what it took for the enemy to come and ask for a cessation of hostilities. You're well aware of that. For that call to be made by my counterpart then. We achieved our politico-military aims. We hit 9 targets across the breadth of Pakistan. This is, of course, a maturing of India's doctrine beyond the binaries of peace and war. You will see, as you did this time, a measured compellence from us. And of course, this was a fusion of military precision, diplomatic agility, informational superiority, and economic leverage. I'm speaking about the Indus Water Treaty of 1960 being put into abeyance the moment the terror attack was perpetrated at Pahalgam. So if I was also to then put this into now those 4 domains, and you can see, I'll just request you to read through this. I've already spoken about most of this. As far as our military actions were concerned, ladies and gentlemen, they were targeted, controlled, non-escalatory, and we openly acknowledged them to maintain our credibility. We also made sure that we put into place critical and significant conventional measures to apply pressure. we carried out some significant and telling forward deployments and extended our punitive reach to hitherto unprecedented levels. So this very quickly, gentlemen, was what we wanted to put across to you. Should there be any questions from any of our revered guests and dignitaries, I would be very glad to answer them. I think everybody is well familiar, sir, with this. No questions? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
General Ghai, thank you so much for delivering that critical briefing indeed, and listening in to you about Operation Sindoor is indeed a first-hand information for all of us. And with that, may I announce that dignitaries will now proceed for the bilaterals as per schedule, and the protocol officers may please help them. Wishing all of you a great day too tomorrow, where we'll request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be ready to depart the hotel at 7 a.m. as post your breakfast. We will be all set to leave for the city of wonders, the city of Agra, as they say. I will now look for